You've ever woken up and been absolutely ready for Friday the 13th, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button. Folks, welcome back to another episode of Benzinga's Pre-Market Playbook, where we're going to close the week out strong. And boy, oh boy, last night was the turning point, wasn't it? Not only did the Edmonton Oilers get a win in an unbelievable hockey game, but we obviously have the conflict between Israel and Iran going on, which is affecting quite a bit in the market. We're going to have a lot to talk about here today. We got Mark Petrino coming today. We got Anne-Marie coming today. So we're going to set up some trades to trade around this event. We're going to go over the news. We're going to look at charts. We're going to take care of the movers. We're going to do everything that is required to have you prepared for this day. It is Friday, the 13th, June 13th, and Benzinga's Pre-Market Playbook starts right now. Good morning and welcome back and happy Friday. We made it to Friday, but we are going to have a whopper of a Friday to get through, it looks like, before we get to mice down, drinks up time, and we can enjoy the weekend, get you all prepared for that. Great to see a whole bunch of returning faces here. Paul, good morning. Paul says, taking the day off, it's been a great week in the futures. Paul, that sounds like you've earned it. And taking Friday off ahead of the weekend, not a bad idea at all. You get to watch some U.S. Open if that's your thing. Good morning, Paul. If you're not here anymore, enjoy your weekend. If you're going to take off here soon, thanks for joining us. Like and subscribe, and then enjoy your weekend. Allzarts, good morning. Should be an interesting day indeed. Futures already up off the lows, 6.5 points up off the lows. No chill. Didn't even wait for the market to open. We'll see how this goes. Zach McCracken, good morning. Let's figure out how to play this news. Glad I followed my gut feeling yesterday. Any of you guys that were selling pops yesterday, probably pretty good, although I do think there's going to be some opportunity here today. You said, let's figure out how to play this news. To be quite honest with you, we probably don't have to figure out much. We just had Tim Melvin on telling us, telling us stories of the past about how when there's war threats and nuclear war threats, you buy the dip, right? Because if there is no war, you're going to make money. And if there is, the money won't be worth anything anyway. So I think we pretty much know what we're going to do. We're going to refine that a little. We're going to ask Mark Petrino a little bit about that. We can think about how this can affect emerging markets and oil stocks and all of the other things. No doubt about it, Zach. We've got a lot to go through here today. Sun-Kissed Yogi, good morning. Welcome back. Bernhard, good morning. Nice surprise that the Oilers win. Indeed, that game was wild. Early in the game, I thought it was over. And then, no, it wasn't. Draisaitl in overtime. Oh, my God. Stock Trader for Life. Good morning. Jonathan, good morning. Crimp Biscuit, good morning. Reaching Financial Freedom, good morning. Getting closer every day. I absolutely love that. Keep your eyes on the prize, buddy. Let's go. Producer, locked in, ready to go. Glenn, great day this morning. Good morning, Glenn. Welcome back. Day Trader, good morning. Welcome back. Dave Trader. That's interesting that you guys posted right next to each other. Dave Trader, good morning. Welcome back. DCL, good morning. Shanlu Trading, good morning. Neville, good morning. JJ, good morning. Ralph, Chuck, Quantum, good morning. Sean, good morning. Iraq, good morning. Jeff, good morning. Thanks for checking in. MD, Ben, Javon, good morning. Kayla's locked in. Let's go. Young Zapita, good morning. Awesome. Harley, good morning. Born to be Free. Good morning, my man. Hope you are doing well. EKS. So I was actually just talking with my producer about the golf yesterday. This was one of the most unbelievable things I've ever seen. The rarest of all birds at the U.S. Open is Patrick Reed makes a double eagle or an albatross from 284 away. One day I'll have a shot like that in my career. One day from like 200 plus out, and I'll get one to roll up there and into the cup, and I will be able to die happy at that point. What a shot. EKS, good morning. It's great to see you again. Ryan, good morning. Welcome back. Anne-Marie, good morning. Welcome back. ATL Russ, locked in. Zhu, MD, and Jane, welcome back. Boy, we got the whole crew out here today. Michael, welcome back. Roxy, welcome back. Ed, welcome back. And Sweet One, welcome back. We got I love how many early birds we got here today. John, good morning. It's great to see you. Absolutely. Let's go. Let's go. Great eagle sound from the producer. We got some awesome producers. One of them I golfed with. The other one has the crispiest sounds, memes, and assistance. It's awesome. GB Slice. Good morning. It's great to see you. We're lucky. We got the best community in the world. We are lucky. Okay, let's dive into the charts and try and make some sense of all of this. Here you go. Here's where the SPY chart is. Now, futures are under pressure here. Let me actually go inside here so we can actually take a look at this. Now, I know we don't have the full 24-hour trading here. Okay, Levy, good morning. 3D, good morning. James, good morning. Okay, so if we look inside on the intraday chart here, you can see we are actually up off the lows here. In fact, looking at my other chart here, in the overnight low in the SPY was 591. The overnight low in the ES was 559.27. So we are up off of those lows pretty considerably. We just kind of talked about when we talked with Tim Melvin about buying the dip and why you would do that. Looks like they didn't even wait. So we'll see if this kind of retests some of those low areas today, or if we're just off to the races here on the SPY. Now, if we go back to the daily chart, this is where we sit. We were basically unable to really get above, what's that actual level there? We were basically unable to get above 604 yesterday. We kind of ran into that 603.5 area. We tested it a whole bunch of times throughout the course of the afternoon, and we were really unable to punch higher from that. So it did look like we kind of topped out yesterday. And then obviously after hours, we got the news of the strike on Iran, and that sent the futures tumbling. That sent oil going up. That, by the way, really quickly here, that is actually the thing that I am worried about the most. We've been talking a lot about what are the tariffs going to do, this, that, and the other thing, and oil has absolutely been one of the deflationary factors. Now, with that being up 8%, that will change the inflation equation, in my opinion, more so than the tariffs. So we'll see how this all shakes out here over the next couple of days. And we'll see if there's anything that can be done about that by talking to the OPEC partners. I don't know how that's gonna shake out, but that's one of the things we're looking at. Anyway, back to the SPY here. We're 598 right now. We actually did lose 600. That battle to recapture 600 is likely going to take place today. We'll see if we can do that, or again, if we find resistance up there and roll back over to the lows. The support that I think we should find here is going to be the 20-day moving average. I've got that at 593.42. Let's just call that 593.5. If we trade back down there, hopefully we can find some support. That would likely be on some more headlines, I would suspect. And then beneath that level, we actually have the trend line that's at 589.5. We'll see if we end up getting down there. So that's pretty much what I got for the SPY. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the news. Let's see, what time is it? Yeah, we're going to have Mark here in about 22 minutes. So I do want to run through as much of this as I can, and we'll ask Mark what he's looking at and what the charts say for different things to buy here. Okay, U.S. stocks likely to open lower. And we are up off the lows, but they are likely to open lower as Israel strikes Iran. Geopolitical risks offer upside for the dollar, say some experts. So President Trump once again threatened to impose unilateral tariffs within 2 weeks of the U.S.'s trade partners that if they don't agree to a deal, quote, at a certain point, we're just going to send letters out. And I think you understand that, saying that this is the deal, you can take it or leave it, end quote. Trump told reporters at the John F. Kennedy Center for Performing Arts. A couple other things that I wanted to go over here real quick. Boeing declined by nearly 5% after that Air India attack. I got some more, or Air India Dreamliner crash. We're going to cover that a little bit here, just kind of recap that. There was a survivor. I can't believe apparently a survivor jumped out of the emergency exit and was the lone survivor of that. I mean, that just gives me anxiety thinking about it, but better one than none. At that point. Well, equities could bear the brunt of an increase in the geopolitical risks and tensions in the Middle East due to the Israel-Iran conflict. Analysts at ING said this could create some room for a brief rebound in the U.S. dollar. Quote, in other conditions, the dollar rally would likely be much larger than the roughly 0.75% rebound from the overnight lows that we've seen so far, because the dollar would also benefit from the negative stock in equities and bonds. The main concern, though, is a spike in oil prices, and I would agree with that. ING analysts highlighted that the energy price shock could force the Jerome Powell-led Federal Reserve to maintain its cautious stance on interest rate policy, which is something that has irked President Trump and others in the administration. Now, if we just speculate and carry this forward a little bit, obviously it's made news that Trump has been, let's call it, poking Powell, trying to get him to lower interest rates. Well, you got to think that Trump knew what was likely going to happen here, or perhaps he didn't know for exactly what was going to happen, but had an inkling of what was going to happen and really kind of wanted to get those rates cut. Now we're not too sure. Again, this oil factor here, we're going to see. We're going to see how this actually shakes out over the next couple of days here. Crude oil futures were trading higher earlier in the New York session by 7.14% to hover around $72.90 per barrel. Spot prices of gold rose 1.14%. None of this should be surprising. The 10-year Treasury note was slightly down by 0.01%. All other Asian markets were in the red on Friday. So again, we'll see how this shakes out. A little bit more information about this. Let me go into here real quick. The futures market dipped following Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, declared a state of emergency following the attack on Iran. Quote, following the state of Israel's preemptive strike against Iran, a missile and drone attack against the state of Israel and its civilian population is expected in the immediate future. As I heard on CNBC earlier, I guess the all clear has been given for that. As this was happening overnight. On Wednesday, President Trump announced that all non-emergency U.S. personnel located at bases and embassies in the Middle East will be evacuated, saying that it could be, quote, could be a dangerous place, end quote. Now, I don't know exactly how many of you kind of, I want to use the term turtled, but really kind of sold here on those comments yesterday. Now, obviously, in hindsight, that absolutely looks like the right move, right? They're moving U.S. people out of some of those embassies. Knew something was likely going to happen here. So if you were able to get out of the way of some of this on your longs, congratulations. I expected, as soon as I heard the news, I expected some of my longs to take on water here today. That's part of it. Was surprised, pleasantly surprised to see when I woke up here that several of the stocks that I'm holding are actually up in the pre-market, largely because they have a defense angle to them. Now, it's very early in the day, so we're going to see how all of this shakes out. We're going to see how the market continues to trade. I reiterate, I know I've said it a bunch of times, I'm going to say it again. We are up off of the lows already. Secretary of State Marco Rubio issued a statement following Israel's unilateral strikes, stating that the U.S. was not involved in the strikes against Iran and that the government's top priority is protecting American troops in the region. Quote, let me be clear, Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. Obviously, Iran knows that Israel and the U.S. have been allies for a long time. Israel gets a lot of weapons from the U.S., and so they're saying that we are involved as well, or the U.S., I should say, is involved as well. Rubio saying, hey, we didn't do this. Trump actually said he did not want this to happen not long ago. Asian markets opened lower on Friday with Japan's benchmark Nikkei 225 down 1.44%. I think that was probably it here. The crude oil ETF, that was the other thing I wanted to mention. Crude oil ETF, those are trading up here. There's going to be a number of different, here they are. USO, UCO, XOP, those are going to be some of the ETFs to take a look at. Those are already moving higher here today. So we will take a look at those as well. Now, let me go back to Pro here real quick. I want to change gears now that we have the Israel-Iran conflict somewhat covered here for the meantime. I do want to cover a couple of other things before we get Mark on here and ask for a look at some of these charts. Here's Boeing. Boeing, obviously, in the news yesterday. We talked about this a little bit. We tried to figure out where this thing might bottom. Boeing here trading at about 201 here today, so it's doing its best to hold on to 200. We'll see what Boeing ends up happening here with Boeing. Excuse me. I heard this morning they found one of the black boxes. I believe there's another one. And it seems that the problem from the reports that I can gather is that the engines were not generating thrust. So really the next question here becomes, Is this a Boeing problem? Is this a engine problem? I believe the engines were manufactured by GE Aerospace. Is this pilot error, maintenance error? What caused those engines to not be able to produce thrust? That's obviously going to be the next big part of what's going on here, or what we're trying to figure out. The fatal accident occurred when Air India flight AI-171, a Boeing 7878 Dreamliner bound for London, crashed moments after takeoff from one of the international airports. India's Ministry of Civil Aviation is reviewing safety protocols for all Boeing 787s in Indian service. Air India operates 34 Boeing 7878 Dreamliners, the largest domestic fleet of the aircraft type. The airline faces potential scrutiny over maintenance practices as talks proceeded with Boeing India, the National Transportation Safety Board, and the Federal Aviation Administration, though outcomes remain uncertain. And this is really what we're going to look for here. India's Ministry of Civil Aviation did not immediately respond to Benzinga's request for comments. Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg canceled his planned Paris Air Show attendance, telling staff he and the commercial airplanes and Stephanie Pope would, quote, focus on our customers and the investigation, end quote. I think that this is probably the right move. This entire thing really kind of casts a shadow over that Paris Air Show, to be honest. The decision disrupts Boeing's presence at the Aviation Premier Trade event, which runs through June 16th and to June 20th at Les Bourget. I hope I pronounced that right. I probably did not. We need Smoke Tuna in here to correct me. General Electric also postponed its June 17th Investors Day, originally scheduled to coincide with the air show, according to Reuters. GE Aerospace, whose engines powered the crashed aircraft, said it would deploy a team to India for data analysis. Quote, GE's aerospace senior leadership is focused on supporting our customers and the investigation, end quote. The crash snapped a Boeing's recent recovery momentum. Analysts have upgraded the stock, with RBC and TD Cowen issuing $230 price targets, while Bank of America moved to buy. Boeing has gained 13% year to date through Tuesday, boosted by resumed 737 MAX deliveries to China and a $96 billion Qatar Airways deal. The incident adds to Boeing's safety challenges following 2024, the Jeju crash that killed 179 passengers, and ongoing FAA production caps on the 737 MAX aircraft. Boeing's entire 787 fleet was previously grounded in 2013 due to battery safety issues, which they did resolve fairly quickly. Phil LeBeau did a really good job covering that yesterday. So we'll see here with Boeing. Again, we're kind of in the same holding pattern that we were in the last time. We're waiting to see what was the actual cause of this. How much more information can we get? And can you pin that on Boeing? The article that we just covered there talked about how the recovery here is kind of being stalled. And that makes a lot of sense, given what's going on here. You could see the huge run-up that we've had in Boeing. I do expect there to be support at this round 200 number. You can see we actually found support the last time that we kind of back tested this area at the end of May. We'll see if we get some more support there. But if that breaks here, I think you're probably going to be looking at this 188.5 area. That's going to be the 500-day coinciding with the 50-day moving average. I'm not sure if this is really going to take us down to the 200. I mean, anything's possible here. But the two levels that I'd be looking for here, downside levels, 200 and then 188 if those get breached. On the upside here, if we take out the top of yesterday's candle, that could be bullish. Shortly above that, we've got the 20-day moving average there at 207 7.75. So we'll see if we can test either of those today. Okay, that's for Boeing. I also really quickly wanted to talk about Adobe earnings. This was probably the biggest earnings print yesterday. I think Adobe and Restoration Hardware were those two big prints. Restoration Hardware up pretty big. Adobe here down 3.44%. I'm a little bit surprised in this just because it kind of traded sideways. I thought we'd either make a significant move higher or a significant move lower on the earnings, but we really didn't. We're really just holding here at 3.4%. You can see our initial reaction was higher. We gave that all back. And then since we've been drifting lower since that print in the afternoon yesterday, really the question is going to be where we get support. We do have a very small gap on the chart here that starts at about 393 and then fills down here at 386. That also coincides with the 50-day moving average. So I don't know what's going to happen here on Adobe, but this is definitely a downside area that we should look at. Upside targets here would be that 100-day at 407. Obviously, we're right around the round number at 400 already. And then if we can get back to where we started from yesterday on Adobe. If we take a look here at the report real quick, I'll just breeze through this, then we'll go to Mark and start setting up some other trades, charts, and ideas here. Adobe reported second quarter revenue of $5.87 billion, beating analyst estimates of $5.79 billion, according to Benzinga Pro. The company reported second quarter adjusted earnings of $5.06 per share, beating the analyst estimates of $4.96 a share. Total revenue was up 11% year over year as digital media revenue climbed 11% year over year, and digital experience revenue increased 10% year over year. At the end of the quarter, Adobe had $19.69 billion in remaining performance obligations. Adobe said it repurchased approximately 8.6 million shares during the second quarter, and the company ended the period with $4.93 billion in cash and cash equivalents. Adobe's AI innovation, Adobe's AI innovation is transforming industries, enabling individuals and enterprises to achieve unprecedented levels of creativity. That comes from Chair and CEO of Adobe, Shantanu Narayan. I hope I pronounced that correctly. That's a pretty cool name, to be honest. Adobe expects third quarter revenue of $5.88 billion to $5.93 billion versus estimates of $5.87 billion. So that's actually right in line, maybe even a little bit higher. The company anticipates third quarter adjusted earnings of $5.15 to $5.20 versus the estimates of $5.10. That's just a raise. An outright raise. Adobe raised expectations for full year 25 revenue to $23.5 to $23.6 billion, up from the prior guide of $23.3 to $23.55. Adobe also raised its full year adjusted earnings guidance to a range of $20.50 to $20.70 per share, up from a prior guide of $20.2 to $20.5 per share. Quote, we continue to invest in AI innovation across our customer groups to enhance value realization and expand the universe of customers we serve. That came from Dan Dern, Executive Vice President and CFO of Adobe. Okay, couple of things here. EKS, love it. Love where your head is at here this morning. Absolutely right. Look at drone companies. We've got UMAC, we've got KTOS, we've got AVAV. Also, one other thing to consider here, you might want to look at Palantir. Based on what's going on here, I actually saved the tweet of the night, I thought, last night when I came across it. I'll go ahead and share it with you here. And this, I think that we should kind of watch Palantir over the next couple of days here. Some random person on Twitter that I found said Iran is about to find out why Palantir trades at a 300x multiple. So we'll see if we have any action here on Palantir. Palantir closed at 135.19 last night, currently at 133.38 this morning, and up off of the lows. So there you go. We will see if there are any other opportunities here today. Also, I see here Ryan mentioning that the AIRO IPO, well, that's a lot of letters there, is dropping today. Speaking of IPOs, that is indeed dropping today. That priced between 14 and 16. You're also going to get BACC, the Blue Acquisition Corp, that priced between 10 and that priced at 10, excuse me. And then obviously they are also going to do a unit in that, which is also at 10 here. We've talked about this all week. The Michigan consumer sentiment is the data print that we're looking for. Futures are still under pressure, but continue to trade up off of the lows. We mentioned some of the company events that are canceled here. And then as far as analyst initiations, we did have some there on Riot and Mara and CleanSpark. AMD got buys from Rosenblatt and Benchmark. Ross Stores got an overweight from JP Morgan. Thought that was notable. As far as downgrades here, nothing really crazy. I guess Sherman-Williams, if you follow that. And then upgrades here, Zscaler, cybersecurity name Zscaler, as well as DocuSign. Also, Darden Restaurants. I know we had 13 talking about a potential food play here. Interesting to see Darden Restaurants getting an upgrade from Jefferies and a 210 price target on that. Okay. That should do that. Let me get my chart queued up here. It's Friday. Mark, are you ready? I don't see your camera here, so let me know if you're ready. And we'll go ahead and bring Mark on. It is a little bit early, so I understand if he's not ready. We'll see. Good morning, Yassine. Let me actually catch up here on the chat here real quick. See if I missed anything. Sweet One says, I like Adobe in terms of deep fake analysis, almost a cybersecurity company for images and videos. You know, I hadn't thought about that, Sweet One. That's actually a pretty good point. That's actually a pretty good point. I'll think a little bit more about that, actually. Okay. Let's see. What else? Did I miss anything here? I don't think so. I don't think so. All right. There's Mark. Let's go to him. Let's give Mark a warm welcome. It's Friday, folks. How you doing today?
Hey, good, man. How is everyone?
We're doing good. Had a huge group here this morning. We're ready to go. We are at the end of the week. Got obviously a lot of news breaking here. So I'm hoping that you can help guide us through some of the charts and maybe help us keep calm and carry on.
Yeah, and yeah, it's pretty I don't know, it's pretty tragic what's going on over there.
Indeed.
So I would imagine the oil markets are going crazy, the gold market's
Indeed.
probably going
Crude
crazy.
up 8.13% as we speak right now.
Okay. Just want to bring up my charts here.
Mm-hmm.
Am I log in? Oh, well, I guess that would help. But I should be logged in. All right, well, I got another place we can look them at if that's okay with you.
Yeah, you just got to share the chart. You don't have anything shared yet. That's the only problem. I don't know what login issue you're having, but I don't see any chart shared. Boom. Here you go.
All right, well, I would say the first thing that I would look into is a lot of these oil stocks obviously are going to be surging because I would imagine oil is up big. So we could look, and these things all seem to be kind of breaking out, and it looks like there could be refilling some gaps. So I think there could be some more upside in them. And a lot of these charts look the same, but here's ExxonMobil, right? Broke the resistance. A lot of times you get resistance and at a level that had been resistance before because there are people who bought here who finally could get out of break even over here. So you have remorseful buyers selling and the level that was resistance becomes resistance again. But now because of this news, we broke out and if there wasn't a gap over here, the stock probably would be going up, but I don't think it would be going up as much. So as we've just talked about, one of the main reasons why you get resistance is because you have remorseful buyers trying to sell. Someone buys something at 10 and it goes to 8 and they say, all right, if this gets back to 10, I'm going to sell it. Well, when you gap through an area, there's no trading. So this was a big gap. This was a big gap. And it's not technically a gap, but a fast move. It's the same principle. There's just not enough time for there to be this big amount of vested interest to form. So when the sellers come in, when the buyers come into the market, they have a hard time finding sellers. So I'm sure everyone's heard that expression, gaps tend to refill. Well, that's where that comes from. So this thing could move up to, 117, 117.50 pretty easily. And yeah, and then I'm sure if you look at some of these other stocks in the same area, the charts look very similar. So there's ConocoPhillips. And again, so this broke out getting into this area where we have this big drop off there. So yeah, it's tragic, but I guess it's not a surprise. What do you think, Ryan?
Yeah, I'm not surprised either to see this. I think I'm a simpleton on this. I think anytime humans are killing each other, it's tragic. That's basically where I go. As far as what the knock-on effects of this are going to be, looks like we kind of have a lot of that figured out here. I would imagine that there's going to be a lot of opportunity here. And I also think that some of these oil stocks that you were just looking at, I think you actually might have several days worth of movement here in these. I don't know that this is just going to be a one-day thing.
Oh yeah, no, it could go on for a while. I'm pretty surprised though at how well the markets are holding up. Now, we were due for a little bit of profit taking anyway. This is our technology sector, which is the biggest sector in the market, and it hit an all-time high yesterday. So let's just sit back and think about that. The biggest sector in the market, technology, 30% of it hit an all-time high. And it's almost even stronger than it seems, because the biggest three companies in the technology sector are Microsoft, and it's ripping higher,
Mm-hmm.
Nvidia, and it's ripping higher, just kind of broke out. But yet Apple has not participated. So to think that the sector made an all-time high when one of the stocks that's one of the biggest three in it, 12% of it, is not participating, shows that there's just a lot of strength from other parts of the technology sector. So not surprising that we're going to see a little bit of profit taking, because regardless of the news, whenever, well, not whenever, but in general, when you get a nice run and you get into where there's some all-time highs, then people are going to start profit taking, and people who bought back here are going to be selling to get out at break even. So that's a pretty impressive move going on there in the tech sector.
Now, given the news that we're seeing here, you think we maybe trade down from this level? We talked a little bit about profit taking. We talked a little bit about what's going on. You think we break out or break down from here? I know with the current price there, the way the candle's drawn, at least, it does look like we're trading above it. But you think we stop here or keep going?
Yeah, I think that I think we're just due for a little bit of consolidation. We're trading down a little bit in the pre-market here. So regardless of the news, I think sometimes people try to put too much correlation between news and news and the market. Like if I was on a desert island and I didn't see the news, but I still had my charts, I would say, yeah, this thing is due to sell off a little bit here, because it's had such a big run. Markets go down too. We're at this former resistance level. We got to the all-time high yesterday. So the market is due to sell off a little bit here, regardless of the news. That's my take on it. Now, the next biggest sector is the financial sector, which is, I'm looking at the ETFs of these, and it's kind of been going sideways. It makes sense, because if we look at I guess we'll go back to SPY. We didn't start there, but let's just take a look at that, because there's some pretty clear levels here. Now, I would say as long as the S&P or the SPY hangs above this like 595 level, things should be okay. But if there's more uncertainty out of the war and so forth, and if the spike in oil adds to inflation, and this thing starts to break 595, that's where I would consider getting in on the short side, meaning buying some puts, or if you're not an options trader, you can buy some ETFs, some inverse ETFs. Because if I see this here, right, levels where trends turn makes levels important. And if we go under here, I don't really see any trend change until we get down to here. So I think that this thing could get back to 575 pretty easily if it breaks 595. And of course, at that point, depending on what's going on, I would probably think about trading a reversal. But for those of you who don't trade options, you can look at these inverse ETFs if you think the market's going to go down. For example, this one here, the SH, is just designed to go in the opposite direction of the S&P 500. So S&P 500 goes down 5%. This thing is going to go up by about 5%.
Yeah.
So it's a good thing to know. A lot of people don't know that about these inverse ETFs, and there are leveraged ETFs. You can use ETFs to trade against oil. Oh, actually, you know what?
Mark, it's funny that you mentioned that. You're absolutely right. And I think that these ETFs are an excellent tool for investors. We actually had Steve from the Sprott team on yesterday to talk about precious metal ETFs and how good these make good long-term investments. He was focusing predominantly on silver, but obviously gold bleeds over to that as well. So totally with you on the ETF side there. I think this is a great way to do it. And like you were mentioning, if you don't like shorting, that's okay, because a lot of these ETFs have an inverse option that you can still long and have exposure to downside moves.
Yeah, it's really amazing. When I first became a trader, ETFs didn't even exist. And now it's like retail investors, they can get exposure to things that are going down. They can get leverage. Yeah. Right here is an oil ETF. So this is where it's trading this morning. So this is up about 7.5%. So I would imagine that oil is probably up about 7.5%. And what's the Sprott Gold ETF symbol? Do you know off the top of your head?
I don't here. You know what? I might actually have that here in my notes from yesterday. I didn't open that up here. Give me one sec.
Sprott. I could find it here.
Yeah, I don't have the Sprott ones memorized. I did take some notes. I think the SLVR, I think, is the silver one. Let me see if I've got the gold one here. No, I don't have that. I just had the silver one.
Okay. Oh, this is their gold. PHYS.
Yeah, that's one of their physical gold ones. Yeah. One of the things that he was saying is that their ETFs have more exposure to the actual physical component itself, more so than their competitors.
Now, this is kind of interesting. So this looks obviously a lot like the chart of gold. Now, when you look at one of these commodities-based ETFs, when you see all these gaps here, these are not like regular gaps. So you really shouldn't pay attention to them. This has to do with the fact that this thing is only trades between 9:30 and 4 o'clock, whereas gold basically trades 24 hours. So when this thing closes, gold is still trading. And then when it opens up the next day, it is gold where it is at that point. So don't let all these gaps confuse you. But we're trading really right here, right at this resistance level this morning. And we got our old uh, little bit of an ascending triangle pattern, which is what we like. So the ascending triangle pattern, it shows that the sellers are basically hanging out. The sellers are like, all right, well, if the buyers come to me, I'll sell. But if they don't, I don't really care. I'm not too eager to sell. But at the same time, as time is passing, the buyers are getting more aggressive. They're willing to come into the market at higher prices. So this valley formed here. And when the next valley forms at a higher level, we call that higher lows. And that tends to be bullish because any market, regardless of what market it is, the commodities market, the stock market, real estate market, if you have complacent sellers and aggressive buyers, it sets the stage for a move higher. So just looking at this chart, I mean, there's a good chance that this thing breaks out and there's some more upside here.
And Mark, the chart that we took a look at together yesterday was G-Bug. I did remember it. I knew it was a cool one, G-Bug, and that is going to be the Sprott Active Gold and Silver Miners ETF.
Yeah, so this is going to be doesn't look like it's trading, but this is going to be even more interesting because silver has actually been leading gold. And
That's
one of the
that's what
reasons
we talked
why,
about.
yeah, one of the reasons why silver has been going up, from what I understand, is that it's a product or it's a component of a lot of these weapons. And the some of these European defense stocks have been going crazy. I talked to a lot of people in Europe, and whoops, I want to bring up Rolls Royce. And apparently they're changing the tax structure there because Trump basically said to these companies, like, we're not going to protect you anymore.
Yeah.
So they're all increasing their defense budgets and increasing their taxes. So there's a lot of stocks or European defense stocks, of which Rolls Royce is one of them. Not only do they make nice cars, they make engines and they make actually nuclear reactors for submarines, believe it or not. There's a lot of charts that look like this. So who knows? I mean, I'm not that smart. If the market perceive that this war was coming, or if it's just because of the taxes and the higher spending. I mean, I've done this long enough to know that sometimes you just can't figure out what the market's doing and you just got to accept it, because the market is not finance. The market is not chess, right? The market is psychology. And that's what we have to think about. Right? People think that they can come into it and it's like a big chess game, and if they have all these indicators on their screens, they'll be able to figure out like the mystical or magical secret. But that's not the case. This is not a chess game. This is more like a poker game, because there's still strategies and there's still risk management and so forth and so on. But the person on the other side of the table is a human and they have emotions. And every day people's emotions change. And we could see these, right in the charts. And a lot of times we see, if we see people's emotions, like let's go back to SPY. And this, I think, should really, this stuff is really, I've been doing this for 30 years and this still amazes me. So think about how many millions and millions of people are trading this thing and how many trillions of dollars are involved. And there's people all over the world, right? And different styles. You got day traders, you got high frequency funds, you have arbitrage, growth value, the list goes on and on and on. So back here, we got pretty much exactly to 575. Market goes lower. And at this point, when the market went lower, the people that sold here thought they did a great job. But then the market goes higher. And now a lot of the people who sold here experience seller's remorse. and they say, if it ever gets back down to my price, I'm going to buy my shares back. And right there, we got to literally within a point of a $500 security. And I mean, so one of the morals of the story is if you're looking for an area to buy something, former resistance levels tend to be support. Now, why was there resistance there? Well, because back here, there were people who bought who regretted doing so when the price went lower. So when it goes back up and they can get out at break even, if you have enough remorseful buyers from here placing sell orders here, the level that was support can become resistance. So it boggles my mind how precise this stuff can be, how you have all these things going on and somehow it can manifest itself in these precise levels. Here, right around here, we spent 4 days where the SPY opened right around 595. So a lot of the people who bought there regretted doing so when the price fell right after. And when it finally got up to their level and they could get out at break even, remorseful buyers from here placing sell orders here turned what was resistance into resistance again. So in the trading industry where I was for longer than I care to admit, sometimes you're dealing with big positions to buy or sell, and you got to really know where the important levels are. So that's why I focus on these levels, because they're like a fork in the road. When something gets to one of these important prices, they tend not to hang out there for too long. So I focus on levels, I focus on momentum, but most of all, the most important thing is to think about the psychology. I mean, like we just saw, psychology is what makes certain price levels more important than others.
And we see it time and time again, whether it's a horizontal level that gets retested within $1 on a $500 security, or a trend line that we've used to project a future price where the stock ends up finding resistance or even breaking out from it. We see this time and time again, Mark, in these charts. So, okay. Yeah, Andy, that was G-Bug. Sorry about that. You know what? I try to do a better job giving you the phonetics on all of that. That's Golf Bravo Uniform Golf. So sorry about that. G-Bug threw it in the chat. Good stuff there. All right. Mark, are there any other charts that you had prepared for us? Should we go to some of the charts from the chat? I would imagine that there's probably some oil or energy related charts that people want to take a look at. I see DVN being discussed already. Lion Atlas mentioning GDX here for a possible chart. Do you have anything else you want to take a look at?
Yeah. So if we're looking at the gold futures, we're sitting right here on the verge of, remember now this is live. So this looks like those other gold stock charts we saw. So when you're trading a commodity based stock, most of the time they basically follow the commodity. So I'd be watching this for a potential breakout, and you could get a lot of people trade the GLD ETF.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is an interesting thing I'm going to point out here. So let's look at this year to date. Okay, what am I looking at? I'm sorry, I got the wrong time horizon on here. So let's go year to date, and let's look at the performance. So roughly speaking, gold is up about 28% year to date. Remember, this is an ETF that tracks gold. Now, if we look at the GDX, which is a gold miners ETF, and we look at performance over the same period, it's up about 59% year to date. So if you want to acquire gold and turns out that you were right about the direction of gold, you would have been better off in this gold miners ETF than to be just in actual gold. One of the things about being a trader is understanding how to get the best use of your capital. Mm-hmm. So if you have an idea, there's a lot of different ways to play it. You can just go buy the GLD. You can buy some of those Sprout gold miner ETFs. Those are going to move similar to this, but it's a big market out there, and we want to be aware of all these things that are going on. And I want to show you something I put on my website last night, which I think is pretty cool because I'm kind of a history buff, and I think this is really interesting. So we're going to go back here to the Dow Jones, and we're going to go back to when the Dow Jones started back in 1897. It was started by Dow and Jones, the guys that started the Wall Street Journal. So here we are back then. Now, if you didn't know better and this wasn't labeled, you would think this was a chart from now. But why I wanted to point this out is because you can see the same stuff we see now. just like the S&P stalled out at a former resistance level recently. Well, the Dow Jones got to this resistance in 1906, and then it got to resistance again in 1909. Resistance at a former resistance level, support at a former support level. So a lot of things have changed over the years, but what hasn't is human psychology, and that's what we see in the charts. So a lot of people think reading charts is like astrology and maybe like reading tea leaves, and to some people it is, but it shouldn't be. It should be
Mark,
understanding.
it's wild how this works because one of my trader friends, who I consider a mentor, never uses charts. He's been in investment banking. He's been doing this for 40 years. He does it all by feel, and he's extremely successful. So I'm not one to tell him what to do. But I can't help it because when I look at a chart, these things that you're talking about, these points that come back years later exactly to the penny, this helps me make sense of something that I inherently don't understand. And the other point that you were making there about one of your jobs as a trader is to figure out how to best use your capital. This is something that I personally struggle with. Let's say news event XYZ happens. I think stock ABC is going to be the really good play. And then in hindsight, I realized that maybe I picked a stock that went up 6% versus several other stocks that might have gone up 10, 11, or 12%. Right. So I'm with you on that too. That I think is something that I definitely need to work on for my own trading. This is one of the reasons I also like to ask about all these different charts that people have, because a lot of the times that gives me an idea how to play the same theme just a little bit differently.
I think also what's going on here is just a really incredible, it's like I said before, trading is not finance or banking. Trading is psychology. So this blue line here, this is the Dow Jones again, 1904 through 1912. This is $100. So back then they didn't have ETFs. They didn't have mutual funds. This is literally a basket of stocks I don't think it was 30 back then. I think maybe it was 20. Anyway, most people didn't even have phones. So this is people like telegraphing their stockbrokers. Hey, if the Dow gets to 100, sell, right? It gets right to 100. Then here we are. So that's 1906. Here we are in 1909. Gets right to 100 again. And the same thing happens. Now, if you looked at earnings or EBITDAs or margins, there's no way you could justify how 100 could be such a precise level. We sell off, and where are we down here? 95. 75. But so this is what happens when the Dow got to 100. Let's fast forward to the 1960s when the Dow got to 1,000. And guess what? The same thing happens. So every time the Dow Jones got to 1,000, it sold off.
Look at that. Look how many times it did that.
Yeah, so this is 1966. And then it finally breaks out, in 1982. So for all those people who think buy and hold is the way to go, this is just an illustration that there are long times in the market history where it doesn't go anywhere. So, if you were buy and hold and you bought in 66, you wouldn't have made money until 1982.
Especially if you bought at those tops. Conversely, if you're adding to conviction positions on weakness, look at those peaks where you're able to dollar cost average some of your long-term holdings.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what's going on here. I think this is the Nixon impeachment, and this might have something to do with oil and the OPEC embargo. But I just think it's a very fascinating thing to look at, to consider that our people have not changed since, Japanese candlesticks go back to the 1500s. It was the rice farmers that developed them. So if you were a rice farmer, or I should say a rice trader, back in the 1500s in Japan, you'd be looking at the same things that we look at now. So like here's NVIDIA, right? There's your classic bearish engulfing pattern. So the blue team's in charge here, bringing the ball up the field. And on this particular day, it looked like it was going to be another high day. The opening price was higher than the prior day's closing price. But what happened? By the close, the sellers overpowered the buyers and pushed it all the way down. And importantly, we pushed through the prior day's close and open. Most volume trades on the open and the close. So you would think that there should have been some support there, and there probably was, but the sellers blew right through.
Yep.
Same thing happened over here, right? Blue team's in charge, and then the red team just takes over in one day.
I compare this to sports. Like I've been watching some of the hockey and the basketball since they're in the finals here. And it's like one team will be in control for an entire quarter. And then all of a sudden there's a couple of missed shots, a couple of big makes by the other team, maybe a big defensive play, and the entire feel and momentum of the game changes in an instant. And it feels like this is exactly what's happening in some of these stock charts. Like you were just mentioning, bulls are in control several days in a row. And then there's just this one thing where it just kind of turns everything around. Support levels end up getting given up, and we can continue to move down or even start a new trend there.
Yeah, it's like a goal line stance.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's a really good one. A goal line stance is a really good analogy because momentum often swings on those goal line stands.
And it's really, to go back to the psychology, right? Why do markets go up? Well, there's not enough supply. There's more shares to be bought than there are for sale. So the buyers outbid each other. Then all of a sudden, the momentum just shifts back the other way. And now, for some reason, the sellers are overpowering the buyers. This is a company that's worth $3.5 trillion. What could have happened over the course of a month that made it go up by 21% in value and then, back down by 20% or 17% or whatever? And it's like
sentiment.
Yeah,
the
perception
answer
and sentiment.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's exactly right. All right, I got a couple of suggestions on charts here. You ready to nail them?
Yeah.
Let's start with AEM to go with the gold and silver, the precious metal theme here. Lion Atlas, he's loved this stock for a long time. Best of all of them, well managed and a cash cow. What does the chart tell you here on ticker AEM?
Well, not surprisingly, it looks similar to gold, and it's going to follow gold, and it's trading right where this blue line is now. So, this could be on the verge of a breakout if gold is, and to me, it looks like gold is. You got the higher lows here. So that low is higher than this one. That low is higher than that one. So, I mean, it's unfortunate that's going up on concerns over war, but I mean, I'm not big enough to control the gold market, so there's nothing I can do about it. But, my guess is it breaks out and moves ahead.
Okay, and it looks like that 122 level going to be one of those key levels for it to get over here. Lion here saying AEM is a long-term play. I've been in it a long time. Lion, it sounds like you might get rewarded here again with some more appreciation here as AEM looks to break out to the upside through 122.
Yeah.
Okay, we had some other charts here real quick. Sorry, this is my fault. I had them here and I lost them. Kathy wants to take a look at ASM. Let's do that while I get the next one queued up here. There, I found it. I got it. I got you, Lion. Don't worry. I found it.
Yeah, now look at this. So this has silver in it. So that's the difference between silver and gold, because silver is really let's take a look at the silver futures real quick here. Yeah, I mean, silver it's consolidating now, but that's why I think that one has been in a stronger uptrend, and it hasn't had that sideways motion like gold has. But I mean, this is it's into this big trend, and I don't think it's overbought because we had a big move yesterday, but the prior 6 days it basically went sideways, so that kind of took some of the overboughtness out of it. And now I think it could maybe be set up to just continue to run again. Just like here after a big move, it kind of went sideways and then it got set up for another move, right? Things get ahead of themselves. And then the people that are doing the buying say to themselves, maybe I'm pushing this too much. So let me step out of the market or step away for a little bit and see if the price comes in and I can get back in at a lower price. So it's not unusual to see a nice trend take a little bit of a breather before it gets back in gear. And I think that's what's going to happen here.
Okay. Good stuff there. ASM. Next one here is going to be FNV. Oh, is it F? Yeah, no, there we go.
Franco-Nevada.
Yep, that's it.
Huh. Now this is kind of weird. I don't know. I mean, I know the company. I don't know too much about it, but it doesn't seem to be acting as strong as the other ones. It still has this. It's not close to new highs like the other ones are. So yeah, I mean, I don't know enough about the company.
To me, so really quickly, just kind of looking at the chart, let's use your desert island situation that you like to use. If you don't know the news, you don't know the company, just looking at the chart here, what I see is a series of higher lows. And I see it kind of butting up against that, 177. I'm just kind of eyeballing here. Where that top line might be. To me, this looks like, as long as it continues to make higher lows, it looks like this is going to try that 177, 180 level to the upside.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, if gold goes higher, this will go higher. So if gold makes a good move, this will break right through these levels. And so, I mean, yeah, I mean, it looks bullish to me. I mean, maybe in the
Yeah.
short term, it looks a little bit neutral, but in this intermediate term, those higher lows tend to be a bullish thing.
Okay. All right. I'm going to change gears here a little bit, Anya, if that's okay. Let's take a look at RCAT. This is a drone stock that our show has been following for what feels like years here. Obviously, drones and drone plays are in the news today, given the conflict with Israel and Iran, as drones are going to be a major part of this conflict. We've seen these charts respond to these headlines plenty of times before. What do you see here in the RCAT chart?
Well, let's take a look at the volume on this one. I don't usually look at volume, but I think this might be a good lesson here. And it could be what we call the old classic flag pattern.
On average, the stock trades about 5.5 million shares a day.
Yeah. So when we look at these patterns, it's really not important to know, like, oh, is it this pattern or is it that pattern? It's important to understand the dynamics that make the pattern form. Now, a flag pattern is when the market is taking a breather. It's called a continuation pattern, as opposed to a reversal pattern. When the price action is such in the market that the leadership is changing from the bears to the bulls or the bulls to the bears, that could manifest itself on a chart as something that looks like a reversal pattern. A continuation pattern suggests a break in the trend, and then it's going to keep going. So basically what goes on is the people that are buying it are really, really aggressive. And then they say to themselves, oh, this is getting a little bit ahead of me here now. I better take a chill and step out of the market for a little while to see if it comes back in. Then I could buy it at a better price. So as a consequence of that, you get very low volume. You know, you get these big moves up on spikes in volume, but the market takes a breather. So when you get the little bit of a sideways pattern with low volume, we could call that's what we call a flag or a pennant.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this thing gets back in gear. We can see we have these gaps and these fast moves down over here. So when you return to levels you went through quickly going in the opposite direction, you tend to move through them quickly again, because there's just not as much interest as there would be at a price that a stock stayed a long time at. So as far as I'm concerned, this thing could get up here to 1090 pretty quickly.
Okay, that's new. That's pretty good news to this group, I think. EKS here saying volume usually precedes price. Indeed, this is one of the reasons you've heard me saying that volume is the most important indicator next to price, because what we trade is the price. We don't make money based on what the RSI values do. We make money based on what the price does. Okay, let's see if I can get one more chart here for you, and we can probably end on that. I'm sure you've got some golf to play. By the way,
I got some golf to watch.
Yeah, me too. Let me tell you something. So I'm actually playing today. Here in the northern suburbs, there's a golf course around me that's very, very good. It's called the Glen Club. And I think the PGA goes there, Live goes there. They're actually having some tournament there in a few weeks. I've never played it before, and I am playing this afternoon. So as you can imagine, I am stoked for that. And I'm clearing the weekend so that I can watch Moving Day and Sunday at the U.S. Open. So yeah, I'm with you.
The difference between like a regular municipal course and a championship level course, it's like
today's going to be fun.
There's a municipal course down here where there's like par fours that aren't even 300 yards. Then you go to Wingfoot and it's like a par four is 450 yards. So.
Yeah, it's great. I'm really excited for today, and I have absolutely been bombing driver this week. Please, cool. Lord.
All right, let me do one more, and then I got a 9 o'clock call I got to jump on.
MRVL.
All right. Hope everyone has a nice weekend and a happy Father's Day to all you fathers out there.
And to you.
Yeah, my daughter actually asked me what I want for Father's Day. I was like, oh.
What kind of golf balls did you tell her?
I told her to take me out to lunch one day. I think that would be nice.
That's even better.
All right, so what do we got here? Marvel. So right on an important price here. So I'd keep an eye on this. It's trading right on this red line, which is support because it was resistance. So generally speaking, this is action that precludes another move higher. You break out above resistance. See, there was resistance. That tells us all the sellers are gone. But a lot of the people who sold at the resistance regret doing so. And they say, if this comes back to my price and I can buy my shares back where I sold them, I'm going to. So they place buy orders. So a lot of times when what was resistance converts to support, that sets the stage for another move higher. So that's what I'd be looking for there.
Okay.
That makes sense to everyone?
Yeah, sure does. All right, Mark, really good, really awesome stuff. Thanks for all of your time as usual. As you said, have a great weekend and a happy Father's Day.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Have a nice weekend.
That is Mark Petrino, folks. We will check in with him next week. In the meantime, though, we're going to wait for 13 to show up, and then we'll go ahead and bring him on as well. Lot of good. I appreciate all of the nice comments there from Mark as well. Really good stuff there. Really good stuff there. Okay, we're going to do, I think, movers here as soon as 13 jumps on. And I know 13 on Friday the 13th. Are you guys ready for this? That's my only question. Are you guys ready for this? Let's do the movers first, and then we can go into any other stocks that you folks want to take a look at. In the meantime, while we're waiting here, it looks like SBET is getting mentioned here. Look at this. Look at the move on this one. Did you see SBET Crater? We're seeing it now. Oh my God. This thing 32 in the after hours, down 67.5% here. Oh my goodness here. And then this morning, SBET acquiring 176,271 ETH tokens for $463 million. Okay, we got to add this. You know what? Day trader, I know we only created Bitcoin, Sol, and then altcoins. Do we create a ETH one? Do we put that in the Sol watch lists? I think for right now, just because I'm not going to create another watch list, I'm going to put it in the SOL watch list, the SOL treasury. And then if I have to readjust this, I can do that. I can do that before. So, wow, looks like the market doesn't like this one. Looks like the market doesn't like this one. Oh, my gosh, down huge. We'll see if this gets rolling here today. I'd be very cautious. I think, with the size of the move here, you might get a dead cat bounce here today. It looks like it actually is up off the lows. 823, yeah. So we're 2 points off the lows here. So we'll see where this ends up going. You're putting ETH with altcoins. Interesting. Kathy, I'm left holding the bag with SBET. Bad move. Kathy, I'm sorry. I will say you have been hot recently, so I would imagine that you're going to be able to make that back. We're going to be here to help you with that. Okay, 13's here. Friday the 13th. How you doing, man? Muted AF right now.
Dang, sorry. How's everybody this morning? Just didn't have the mic.
We're good.
All right, so been an interesting overnight situation here. So here we are with a lot of names in the oil space that are running. Yep, I know, I got it. It's working, right? Mic's working.
Yeah, you sound great. You sound great. I can hear you fine.
Lucky 13. All right. All right. What do you want to start with?
13 is actually my lucky number.
Okay, cool. It's mine.
Just going to throw that out there. I know a lot of people think that's blasphemous, or they look at me like I'm some sort of witch when I say that, but it is what it is.
Well, what do you want to start with?
Let's just do the movers, get those knocked out of the way, and then we can take a look at any of the other charts that have to go in the drone theme, the oil theme, the war theme, whatever it is that you want.
It's going to be a really easy movers list. They're all, look at RBNE right now. I was hoping to get to this before too long, but it's breaking out over the trend line that you can likely draw if you just take a look at a 5-minute chart.
Okay, here we go. We'll just start with this. We'll just get rolling here. RBEN is going to be your first one. I see no news on this. The trend line that 13 is talking about right here, we are testing that literally as we speak here. Yep. The other thing that might be worth noting here is that we're going to look for a downside support level I'll go ahead and draw this on the chart. 13, it might be a little bit different than what you got, but I have that there at about what, 9? Is that 955? Yeah, 955 as the bottom there of RBNE. We'll see if we break out of here. We're testing it right now. Quick look around the horn on this. Oh, I think I clicked on the wrong thing. 3% of the float shorted with 3.56 days to cover, but that comes on a paltry 39,000 shares of volume. Stocks trading almost 25 million here today. The one thing that we know from this is if you're going to trade this on the short term, don't get trapped in this because you might not be able to get out when the volume dries up. We spent a lot of time
that's what I want to get
volume.
to. So basically, when it comes to all these, they're all going to be moving on one piece of news. So let's just get that out of the way. Now, so what I did is I didn't really dive too deep into these movers today because they're all running the same thing. So I wanted to look at what could be at a risk of making an offering or not trading as well. So we're starting with RBNE. They actually filed for a mixed shelf offering back in April. I haven't seen anything regarding an offering since then. So with this movement today, I would say be careful with this one. They could do an offering today. The float has 1.09 million shares. So very, very small, easy to push around, easy to add to. So keep in mind that they could do an offering today because this company does need cash.
Okay, so follow the technicals here for the trade. Be wary of that offering. We've seen that. We've seen that on a number of stocks, most recently Ondas. Okay, next one here, USEG, US Energy, moving on the same theme, which we've already talked about. I'm going to go ahead and give you the short information and turn it over to you here. 3.04% of the float shorted with 1.51 days to cover. That comes on 268,000 shares of volume. Obviously, we're trading just about 50 million shares of volume here today. So what do you think on this one? How's their balance sheet look?
Balance sheet looks better. It looks like they have a 1 to 2 quarters of cash, 12 million shares in the float. I don't anticipate that this one will need to do an offering. They look okay, but they could always do one because opportunities arise. This one, you also draw a trend line on. Looks like we are trying to break over this, but we don't have the volume quite yet. So watch for volume expansion on this one. It's holding above VWAP. If we continue to hold VWAP into the open, but don't have a break over this trend line quite yet, that'd be something to watch for, is that the increase in volume that could take it over the trend line and send it up. So that's another thing that could happen here with USEG. Don't have anything more than that. Like I said, they're all running on the same thing.
Yeah, 225 might be a downside level here if we're unable to get above this trend line. Take a really quick break here. Shannon saying, who's got oil and gas they're sitting on? Shannon does. We're going to go ahead and give you a register ring and a 1-up for that. Should be a
love the
decent
energy.
day.
Yep. Love the energy, Shannon. Love the
Should be a good day for Shannon here, and we like to see that. Okay, Husa is going to be next here. Houston American Energy, right in 13's backyard here. There is a trend line that is literally jumping off the page at me. Perfect. So I'm just going to go ahead and draw that here preemptively. Quick look around the horn here on HUSA. 28.23% of the float shorted. That is of the most recent update here. That comes on 1.33 days to cover, and that comes on 145,000 shares of volume. Now we have traded 3.5 million here, but this stock's got a 1.5 million float. It's not as active as some of the other two that we just took a look at. But 13, what are you thinking here? Ticker HUSA.
You pointed out the short before. You pointed out the short interest. I think that's going to be important. We could see some squeezing happening here. Also, they just did a 1-for-10 reverse split earlier this week on the 9th. So two things happening there. So now the float is down to 1.5 million. This thing could be a really good mover. I don't think I took a look at the cash situation, unfortunately, because this is one of the last ones I was looking at before Mark.
5.3 million on the balance sheet.
Yep.
And they cash flow minus 1.3 per quarter.
So it doesn't look like they are at risk of needing to raise any capital right now. That doesn't mean that in the future they wouldn't, or maybe they could do it today. It's not, that cash isn't going to last forever if they continue to burn it. But for now, I think the big risk of a offering coming is going to be an RBNE. So. Okay. More like a sacrifice. Yes. Well, same thing, right? Hard to shoot one. Offering more like a sacrifice. Yes. Because when it knifes, right? I get it.
RBNE HOD. Now, this is important because it broke through the trend line that we just outlined. 13. Thankfully, we started with this one, like you said, because you said right when we started talking about it, it was testing it right there. Now we've gone through it. We did stop at the pre-market high. So that's going to be your next level up here. Looks like that's 1230-ish. Yep. Or thereabouts.
So hopefully somebody who trades pre-market was able to capture that. That was a really nice move. For me, with this one, we could see some more upside when it comes to RBNE, but I'm just waiting until the open.
Okay, good stuff there. All right, next here,
I have TMDE is another one that I looked at.
Yeah, TMD Energy Limited ordinary shares. This did pop to 2. It's come back in. It's right beneath the VWAP, but it's holding up there. 0.01% of the float short. There's literally 1,160 shares held short out there. So that is absolutely nothing. 1 day to cover there. 875,000 shares is your average volume. Today we've traded 37.5 million. So what do you think on this one? TMDE.
Didn't have as much information on this one. I don't have any read on their income statements. They do have 16 million in the cash. So in the bank. So that might be enough for what they do for now. I don't know. Like I said, don't have any read on their income statement, so I don't know how much they burn. But they do have 3.1 million shares in the float that can be traded, and we're trading over 10%. I'm sorry, like just over 1,000% of that right now. So that's about all I got for TMDE. It's not as trading as well as some of the other names we're observing, but it is coming back up to the VWAP. So the thing that I'd be watching for with this one is if it can recapture the VWAP, just before we open or after we open, and that should start to trade better. The MACD is indicating it's beginning to curl, so I do need to see some more price action out of this before I'd be interested in this one for a trade. But if this does recapture VWAP, that's going to be good for it, because since it lost it earlier this morning in pre-market, it has not had the greatest time getting back above it. So I think the recapture of VWAP is going to be important for continued upside. You can also draw a trend line with this one. You can see that it has not done a whole lot for breakouts. That if you draw the trend line from the 202 high this morning through the 755 high, you can see that there was an attempt to break out, but it was suppressed by the VWAP. So got to get over that VWAP before we see any good price action out of this one, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I basically eyeballed the trend line here. I know we kind of moved through it sideways, but that really needs to pick up if that's going to be anything of note. Aura Alpha, good mention here. USEG, while we were talking about that, this came right back to the trend line. Remember, this is exactly what RBNE looked like right before it busted through the trend line. Don't know if USEG is going to do that, but Aura Alpha, that was a really good mention. Very timely, this testing that right now. Actually,
watch that volume.
Yep. Trying to move through it. Watch the volume. That's going to be a key here today, 13. Thank you for reiterating that. Okay. Next, I've got Icon. Was this one of the one? I mean, I know these are all kind of the same. We're just kind of talking about some of these. Icon, Indo, NUKK.
We can. I didn't cover those, but we can talk about them, because I was just focusing on the biggest movers and trying to see which ones are going to be good and which ones carry that risk of an offering. We can go down these some more, like Icon and 9 and Indo, and talk about all those if you want.
Okay. I mean, it's really up to you. We've got 18 minutes, so we should have plenty of time. I don't know if anyone else, I know you're asking about LMT. We can take a look at some of the defense names. Smoke Tuna is mentioning REI. Crow's mentioning IMPP. These are all stocks that we have traded before. Which one do you want to do? You want to do INDO first here?
Sure. I mean, okay. I just wanted to focus on the bigger movers. These other ones we can keep an eye on, or we can just talk about them a little bit if you want right now. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you. All of this is the same. To me, there's not really a whole lot to go through here, to be honest. If you want to look at some of the some of the financial reports here and try to determine if they're going to have an offering, I'm all for that. But basically, this is the same thing.
Yeah, it's just going to be all be that way. Don't know about Indo. I could take a look and tell you. Don't have a read on their income, so I wouldn't know if their cash burn rate is. Just looking
at cash flowing negative $3 million per year, and it looks like they've got $4.5 million on the balance sheet. Okay. Income statement shows net income to common shares minus 6.3 per year.
This one, I would say, if this one can't get back above its VWAP or 515, this is likely coming back down. Pattern looks a little bit bearish at this stage. It is holding above its 65 EMA on the 5-minute, but if it cannot get back above VWAP or break through 515, I think this thing comes back in. So that's something I'd be watching for with this one.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to flip over to the big chart, and now we can just go through stocks that folks want to take a look at here. If any of the stocks that you want to take a look at also appear on the movers list, giddy up. We'll do it.
RBNE is sorry to interrupt you. RBNE is about to print some new pre-market highs here. There we go.
There it is. You're absolutely right. RBNE 13. Through there.
13. It's my number. All right. So 1310 now.
Okay. Knowledge drop. OKLO was suggested here. OKLO under pressure here. This might just kind of be a break. One thing to take it or to remember here about OKLO is this has made a huge recent move here. So this obviously nuclear power here, and with everything that's going on, really kind of unsurprised to see this trading down by 4.3%. To me, this is a wait. I'm not trying to necessarily buy this here. I would need a better technical setup for a potential swing on this one. Little bit of pullback here. This thing was completely overcooked with some of the RSI, so none of this is really surprising. Do you have anything here on OKLO for today?
Just that they priced their 400 million public offering at $60 a share.
Sorry.
So what do you know? When this came down this morning, down to $60, we got some support there. It did go down to as low as let's see, the 58.90 it looks like, but wasn't down there for too long. $60 kind of held up. So that's probably going to be the best support you've got here if an offering does come out while we're trading.
Okay. Well, we'll see where this ends up going.
Yeah.
I'm not looking to buy this. I'd let this cool off here.
Yep.
Not
Be
interested
careful.
in this one. Yeah. X was the other one that Knowledge Drop wanted to take a look at. Here is X. This is down by 3.82%. This is actually 51.66. This looks like this is breaking out of this flag that it put up here. Let's see what's going on here. President Trump made comments, I believe, yesterday about Americans still owning 51% of this. I don't have a trade idea on this.
It seems like there was speculation that this deal was going to go through, and that's why last month it went up to 54 and kind of just hung out there. So I guess there's more barriers being put in the way of this trade deal of this deal going through. So that's probably why we're seeing it down here, because there's just more goalposts moving, I guess you could say.
Okay. All right, so you were short both of these, and you just wanted to take a look at them. Okay, not really much to go over then. Restoration Hardware, RH. This is one that, man, oh man, this has made some huge moves recently. The last move down on the earnings report, this thing got absolutely destroyed. The opposite here today. This was actually up 20%. Yeah, this was actually up a little bit more on the back of its earnings report. It was very interesting. The comments from the CEO here were he's really not all that worried. Restoration Hardware, ticker RH. Shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q1 adjusted EPS results and announcing it is maintaining its current full year 25 guidance despite tariff and macroeconomic event uncertainty. This was really the surprise that really caused this thing to pop. It's doing a really good job holding this area here higher so far. So just a massive move higher here in Restoration Hardware. I don't know if this is going to continue here today. If it does, let's see, 210. Where are we at here? 210. We're in the middle of this gap. We filled this gap last time. So your next big resistance area here going to be 233, 235 on that.
The thing I like about what they were saying in their conference call on the earnings was that they were postponing the launch of their new concept that was planned for later this year, and they're moving it out to the spring of next year. So I think the whole thought there, because they were citing tariff certainty, as the reason they were delaying it. So I think that may have been a really smart move to not try to conduct business in this uncertain time that we're in, and actually just try to focus on current inventory, and before you start bringing in new stuff that could be affected by tariffs.
Yeah,
so I thought that was smart.
Yeah, that makes complete sense to me, honestly. Jay, as Jay's mentioning here, it did have a low bar after the last earnings report, but it looks like it leaped over it.
Also, if you want to have some fun with this on a technical level, you could draw a trend line from March 25th of this year through the April 2nd high of this year. Just kind of draw it both ways off of those 2 points, and you'll see that we're coming up to try and break over this trend line here. So you
had it, sorry, from March of 2025 through this?
March 25th, 2025 through April 2nd. It's a very short distance. There you go. And you can keep drawing it in both directions. You can see that it was support on early March. We lost it. Have been testing it as resistance ever since. And it looks like today we could try and move over it. because
April.
the price right now is at that trend line.
Okay, I must have done something wrong here. You said April 2nd?
No, you got it right. That's correct. That's the trend line.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, look where the price is right now. We're right there.
Oh, right. The candle's not filled in. Duh.
Right.
Okay, awesome. Awesome. Let's see here. What else do you folks want to take a look at? Did I miss anything here? Ryan wants to take a look at MSTR.
Let's do it.
Bitcoin is actually trading sideways here this morning. Here's your MSTR chart, pretty much right at that 380, 340 or thereabouts. Current price here, 375. We are still above the 50-day moving average here on MicroStrategy. I'll be honest, this just kind of looks sideways. I'm not really sure what the catalyst is for this to move next here. Shares of crypto-linked stocks are trading lower following Israel's strikes on Iran as risk-off sentiment pressures speculative assets. I don't know how long that's going to last. I don't necessarily think that this is something. Well, we'll see. We'll see how this shakes out. You got anything on this 113? I'm not thinking about trading Bitcoin for this. Sorry.
Yeah, I got a rejection at the 20-day SMA yesterday. But like you pointed out with the 50, that's going to be the support area. 360 looks like it's going to be support. 385 looks like that's going to be resistance. I would just go with those two easy levels to remember. So we're kind of caught in that range right now. Whatever direction we break out of, that's likely the direction we'll go for a time.
Okay, that's MSTR. Yeah. Folks, we got 10 minutes left here. So what other tickers do you guys want to take a look at here? Otherwise, I'm gonna be leaning on you here real quick. LMT and the defense angle. A lot of those defense stocks are up here. What were you trying to say? Sorry.
Robert has also hit play in Oracle this week. Robert, I want to know about your play trade, because I was talking about how that looked like that could go, and it certainly did, along with a lot of these other restaurant names. So I want to hear more about that. But let's go with LMT right now.
Okay, here is LMT. We actually had some stuff drawn on this from the last time we took a look at it. I'm basically just going to extend the sideways box that we are currently trying to break out of. Now with 483 here, yeah, it looks like we're going to be testing this trend line 13. I have this trend line going all the way back to the October 10th, 2023. And then I drew it up through the recent low on January 8th or thereabouts this year. It looks like we're going to retest this trend line. The other thing is, if we break this trend line, we've got the 200-day up there at 502.78.
I have no comment. I think everything you said is great. I have that same trend line. I'm looking at that 200. I'm thinking, yeah, we're probably likely to test both of those soon. I also have a line at 450 because on the way down here after it got over 600, I was looking at 450 as an ad spot. So I'm back in this thing now. I do like Lockheed Martin for the long term, but this is as far as today goes. I think we are going to likely try and push into maybe not 490, but certainly into the higher into the 480s. I could see 485 being a print today, but we'll see if we end up getting that. Do like the trend line. I think you're right about that. That's something we're going to test. Maybe not today, possibly, but maybe not.
We already did in the pre-market, boss.
Oh,
we actually traded up to 495 here in the pre-market. Joe here saying it hit 505 in the overnight session, which of course I don't have on these charts. So we've come in from some of those highs, but we actually did test that already here in the pre-market.
So we actually tested the 200-day. Sorry, I wasn't looking at a smaller time frame. I was looking at a daily. Yeah, we definitely already tested the 200-day SMA. All right, well let's use that price action as levels. It looks like it is going to be continuing to go down, but the RSI on the 5-minute chart is starting to get pretty low. So I would anticipate a bounce coming soon. Maybe around 475.
Okay,
we'll see some support.
Okay, LMT does look like it's trying to break out of this. Okay, a couple more here real quick. Anne-Marie is going to share Defend, the 2X ETF for defense on the option show today, so get ready for that. Anne-Marie, I'm not even going to steal your thunder. I'm just going to wait on that. Jay Rice, I saw a couple of people. Izzy mentioned this as well. Jay Rice as well. MOB, ticker MOB. This is Mobilicom. This is a drone play, and I believe this is an Israeli drone play as well. Yes, it is. And this actually might be hot here today. We're up 10% here in the pre-market already today. We'll see if this really can get above this, 270, 275 area. We'll see. Maybe we can push a little bit higher here. MOB also going to be on watch today. You have anything on this?
Let's look at the chart here and see what I got. Maybe we do see some, if it does come back in a little bit, we see some support around 230. But no, I haven't had enough time to really take a good look at this one, so I don't really have too much to add. I'm sorry.
Okay. You got a stock here. I have to handle something. Sorry. Can I bring up a stock here and take care of something here real quick? What do you want to look at?
One thing that was interesting that Robert said was he likes LNT, but he likes XIII more. That's a shipbuilder. We could look at that one real quick.
Okay. Here is your chart. Let me handle this real quick.
All right. So Huntington Ingalls, and I'm sorry if we skipped anybody. We'll go back to you. This one has been pretty interesting lately, especially, what was this? 2 days ago on Wednesday, after we dropped down to the 200-day SMA and then went right back, used that as support and came right back above it. I don't know what your trade plan is, Robert, but for me, I think I'd be looking for a break over this 500-day SMA, the value of which is at 235.19. This is ever since Trump had mentioned that he is, Chinese shipbuilders and you got to pay a fee if they want to use supports and this and that. This is looking like it's been doing really, really well. And you can even draw a trend line on the underside of this price action here to kind of get an idea of where support might kick in if we do head south at any point. But this one, very, very interesting. I think, Robert, it's a great trade when off the that idea that we are going to be building more ships here in the U.S. But seems like after that 500-day SMA, you do have that you have some resistance at 240. That was previously support last year around about the same time.
Okay, good stuff there. XIII. What else?
What else, folks? You already talked about Oracle, right?
We talked about Oracle yesterday. Do we want to take a look at that again here today? Lion, we already took a look at AEM, WPM. We've taken a look at all of those. We can do Chime if you want, ORCL. Here's Oracle.
Yeah, so maybe Anne Marie has something for us here on what we can do for a potential floating island trade. But we talked yesterday about how we wanted to see this hold up 190, right? So if we end up getting that, then I think we could be seeing a floating island forming. In which case, there may be some real big options opportunities here.
Yeah, this to me is a wait. I actually want this to pull back down to 190.
Okay.
Personally. All right. Zach. Zach asking about VOYG, Voyager. So this was actually pretty interesting. Sold some on this pop yesterday. That was pretty sweet. Also kept some because I did think that this was going to go to 70. Watched it reverse here. Went red on the remaining portion. Actually added a little bit. I was able to get my average down here to 52. So I'm actually underwater a little bit on this. I hold a little bit. This, remember here, VOYG, Voyager Technologies is a defense and space technology company committed to advancing and delivering transformation and mission critical solutions. So we'll see how this trades here today. I'm going to give this a little bit. I think ultimately I don't have a whole lot here, and I've already made a little bit on it, so I should probably all right. But I'm holding on to this going into today. I think we might see all of these defense stocks trade up.
51. If with that chart that you have there, I would draw a line at 51. As soon as we start trading over that, it could end up just trading a whole lot better, especially off the back of the conflict in the Middle East. So. If you look at where 51 is, ever since we lost that level yesterday, that has been the level to recapture. Yeah. And it all comes from the from its IPO day, because that was the low. It was about 50. Let's see, it was 59.60. It looks, or 55 was the low. But for some reason I have 50. No, I'm sorry, I don't have it right. No, 51.05 was the low. I'm sorry. So 51.05 was the low. That's why I'm looking at 51. That I'm just saying right now, we get above 51. I think this will start trading a lot better.
Okay. I think so too. I think today, and actually it was above 51 earlier in the pre-market. Looks like it might be trying to go higher here. So just for like a couple of minutes, it was above 150. I'm sorry, 51. So yeah, I think that's the level that we need to watch for. We start getting trading over that. This should really start to pick up. Joe's asking, who does all this overnight trading and how does the average retail schmo get in on it? Do that at your own risk. Volumes are much lower. I don't participate in any of that stuff at all. There's sports to watch at night. I got a life. I got other stuff to do other than staring at a screen for 24 consecutive hours. I'll just throw that out there now. Otherwise, to answer your question seriously, you're going to need a broker that gives you 24/7 trading access. I believe Robinhood does this. I'm not sure all of the different brokerage that give you access to this. You could start with Robinhood. That's your Google Chat GPT Perplexity question to ask what brokerages give you 24/7 trading opportunities. Good luck if you do that. Good night and good luck.
We were getting more questions about if we looked at RBNE and USEG. Yes, we looked at all those. We looked at RBNE, USEG, TMDE, and HUSA. Those were some of the ones that we covered earlier this morning as soon as I came on, because one of them was about ready to go, and go did it ever.
Okay, we are open. Let's go here.
So we're just waiting to see what RBNE does at this point. If it's going to go up, looks like it's trying to. Need more volume. USEG, that's underneath the VWAP now, as is TMDE. HUSA, trying to get over this trend line, is above VWAP. We'll see if the volume expands on this one. SQQQ, this is going down, so the market is recovering.
Here you go. Thank you, guys. There's a whole bunch of names that allow you to trade overnight. IBKR, Thinkorswim does allow it there. Okay, there you go. I just don't do it. It's not part of my trade plan.
All right, waiting to see what happens here with RBNE. If it's going to try to push over, it looks like 1260 is a little bit of a resistance level it's trying to get through here. And USEG, that's getting support from its 65 EMA. Look for a recapture of VWAP. HUSA, here we go. Over that trend line now.
Just temporarily, it came right back in a little bit there.
Yeah, right into some of that consolidation from the pre-market. So needs more volume, but nice move out of the gate. RBNE now coming back in under 12. HUSA is not ready. All right. That's right. Big Bear Hug. We got the consumer sentiment data release coming at 10 a.m. All right. So we are, let's see. I'm watching what the SQQQ is doing, because that might be an opportunity if it gets extended away enough from its VWAP. Not enough yet, but just watch it. Now down to the 200 EMA, SQQQ.
Sorry, still handling something here on the side.
No problem. All right, so down to the 200 EMA. We just filled the gap in the pre-market. Well, I take that back. We haven't quite filled it, but we got pretty close. Still hit the 200 EMA. Trying to catch a bounce here, but not quite yet. All right, now RBNE is starting to move again. Starting to curl a little bit, it looks like. Yeah, it keeps trying to, it keeps going above and below 12. So until we get this move, it looks like a 1260, like I was saying earlier, 1260, 1250, somewhere right in there. We need is where all the resistance is. We need to take that out if we're going to go higher. Okay, I just drew a trend line there from some of the highs. We'll see if that gives us a spot there. Izzy scalping Amazon, good stuff there. SPY trying to retake 600 here. We are severely up off those lows. Market bouncing here. NBIS, Palo Alto, Amazon, all ripping higher. Tesla at the highs. Yep, and RBNE is trying to go up to that trend line you just drew, and there it is. And it's going to halt. 1330 is going to be your halt price here, RBNE. Oh, nope, they took it out. It's still going. 1344 is the high. Hit that trend line, coming back in a little bit. Be very careful. This thing has got a bit of a spread that could make it hard again if you're trying to market order this. Much better to do limits. Yeah, Palantir ripping out of the gate here, entirely unsurprised. Red to green move going here. Palantir now up almost 1%. After that humongous reversal. Aura. Yes, the price, Gabriel, yes, the price is coming back in. So it's coming back down. You could look at a 5-minute chart over the past couple of days for PLTR and draw a trend line that we have just snapped. And the next level I'd be looking at is 137. That's going to be resistance. After that, 139. And then you could just look at the 140 level and go, haha, as we blow past it. Yes, coming back in, coming
still
down.
trading higher here.
Yes, Gabriel. When I say coming back in, you mean the down in price. Yes, coming back down. All right, something about okay. So RBNEs, from all those that we looked at today, that one's still looking like it's moving the best, but running into that trend line that you just drew and not able to get above it quite yet. Gotta get the sense that there's going to be some kind of buyer that steps in here and really just it helps lift the whole price over 1350 to not the whole price, the whole stock over 1350 to go over this trend line. But we'll see. It's just at this stage, it's just about the volume, and right now it's in this current candle, it's not that great.
You guys are also mentioning Xena, which was another drone play here that was moving higher. Xena up almost 18% now.
This is the DAS play, the drone as a service, right?
Yep. ASTS getting mentioned. We talked about that going to 50 here. Looks like we're about to take out 40.
HUSA starting to bubble a little bit here. Looks like INDO is getting some support at 460. Trying to turn around and head towards VWAP.
Yes, we did talk about ASTS. Yes, we did. Mookie, we're well aware. We're working on trying to get that fixed. Well aware, my man. RH continuing now. So a little bit of it. We actually talked about Oracle and a possible gap and go here. Looks like you might be getting some of the same thing here with RH. We're above that 9 EMA. That'd be your sell point if it crosses that 9 EMA, if you took that. More of the drone stock starting to curl and trade higher. Dugan said he likes Tesla right here. Dugan, yeah, is 350 still the target on Tesla?
Oh, yeah, look at that. I think I made a post about how I like this under, if this went under 300, I'd start building a longer term position. I really do think that Optimus angle is going to be huge. For
yeah, me too. I'm starting to think of that more and more too, to be honest.
Yeah, and there's supposed to be, when it comes to the Optimus robots, Generation 3 is supposed to be starting production this year, later this year, and he's planning. The plan is to have about 1,000 of those by the year end, or Legion, I think they called it. All right, here we go. We did get a pop over that 350, 1360 level in RBNE. Hit 1375, trying to go higher, still getting suppressed by that trend line. Great job on that trend line. That was great. I like that.
Chewy, good mention here. This mode, Chewy came down to that trend line and bounced. So I still don't have another long position on this, unfortunately, but we did do all right with the short there through earnings.
HUSA still trying to move over 1480. Seems to be the big level it's trying to get over here. It was the high of 1473 in the previous candle, 1480 in this current candle. Still trying. U.S. Energy getting support from its 65 EMA, just as it did in the pre-market. See if it can turn around and recapture VWAP there.
Going.
There we go.
RH still going. ASTS still going. SPY actually still trying to get above 600. We're knocking at the door right now.
Looks like we snapped some of that. Nope, we didn't. It still came right back underneath it. HUSA is really trying to get over that 1480 level.
TPET right at its VWAP right there. Good stuff, Kathy. You're on that one. What else we got here?
Elf made a nice move, says Joseph Schmo. Jay Rice is saying TM almost 3 off the lows. This is one of my favorite on any weakness. Crow is an EONR.
Look at that. I'll tell you what, that call off that Spruce Point short, that was money on TEM. That thing moved higher. Palantir, new highs as that continues to roll. 136.46 was the high I've got there on Palantir.
Looks like INDO, that popped up to its VWAP and not able to capture it. TMDE, this one's setting down. This was one of the more weaker ones we were looking at, but this one heading down to its 65 EMA. It wouldn't surprise me if this went down to its 200. All right, so RBNE, 1375, still the high, not able to get over that trend line yet. Needs more volume. I think the more attention might be getting paid to HUSA right now, but that also does need some more volume to get over, to actually hold over 1480. Seems to be the site of rejection so far. LMT on its way to the 490s. Like to hear it. Mo going long on Xena at just under 6.
Yeah, sorry, still looking around here.
No worries. Yeah, it certainly is, Crimbus. It's certainly trying. Just needs more volume. Maybe now is not the best time for HUSA, but we'll see. All these energy names looking like they're starting to come in. Or at least
SPY still holding here, 599.95. So we're still testing that 600. We'll see if we get above that.
Izzy wants to know if there is any bottom yet in Webull. Let's see here. You know, I mean, it could just come right back down to the low of the IPO. You know, that's certainly a possibility. If that's the case, you're looking at 955. That would be my guess at this stage, because you're right. It doesn't look like there's been a bottom quite put in yet, unless you want to draw on the 1032 low from the 5th of June. But that looks like that's going to get snapped.
Yeah, looking at this chart, I would say no bottom has been put in.
Right. I think so too.
This Moj, no, we just mentioned that AIRO is IPOing today. I don't have any information on that. That's not one that I've kind of followed and prepared for. If you have anything, please share it with the group, though. We can always open that up for discussion here.
HUSA testing VWAP. INDO, that's dropping after hitting VWAP. RBNE, this is also coming down. Some of these just, you know, might not be ready to make their breakouts yet, or we'll probably see it them do that later on in the day. It has been something they have happened to do from time to time. But it looks like HUSA is trying to still, just got that support from VWAP, still trying to get over that 1480. We'll see if it ends up happening. SBET out. Yeah. So what was the news on that one? Because massive offering last night, and then they tried to save it with a crypto balance sheet PR this morning. Yeah, because when crypto's going down, probably not the greatest day to do an offering and buy crypto, right? Well, maybe it is. You buy into the weakness, but I don't know if they're going to be selling into the strength. Now they have a pretty heavy short interest on SBET, 65%. EONR is flying, says Crow.
Yeah, this thing is a penny stock. It's up 52% here. It broke out of the 60 cent sideways area that it spent most of the pre-market in. Here we are trading up towards the highs.
Hey, Big Bees, it could be. Could be. Just waiting for that that number to move the market. Nicholas Shambo, you want to look at GameStop? What is that doing? Well, getting a nice move up here this morning.
After being blasted multiple days in a row.
Yep. After going all the way down near the 500-day SMA.
Tesla getting a little heavy up here around 318.
Hey, you know what? You're probably right about that, Jay, but it still moves the market, and that's what we're looking at. We're not looking so much at the report itself as much as we are looking at the psychology of the market from the report. Oh, HUSA lost VWAP. Looks like these are all coming down. Michael is asking if I am still thinking 240 entry for Lulu. Let's see here.
The level makes sense. I know he asked you, not me, but I actually think about Lulu on a regular basis. I'm not sure that you do. The level here down here makes a lot of sense to me. I'm just not sure if this is actually going to hold it. So if you're gonna try this here at the level, like, it totally makes sense. Things definitely overbought. Maybe you get a little bit of a bounce back there, but we got some pretty big competition fears with this.
Yeah.
Allo, Viore.
Yeah, and you know, that sale. Remember we talked about how that sale that they're having is, you know, they don't normally have sales, and if they are doing that, it's because they're anticipating that something bad is upcoming, and they need to either offload inventory or raise cash through sales. So they're discounting them to drive more sales. There's a lot of concerns I have with Lulu right now, but 240 looks like the next best area for entry if you're going to play any kind of, you know, bounce trade or anything like that. Otherwise, I don't know how long 240 holds up. It's been trading into a bit of a triangle, so that could be where support is, and the RSI is pretty low down there, so it has that going for it. I just don't quite know yet if that's great, but 240 does look like a technical spot.
Yeah, my big issue here is that, like, I love the spot on the chart, but I just don't know if I like the the macro environment with given some of the competition. You know, can you recall if Tom has posted a seasonality chart on Lulu? I don't think so. I don't recall one. I should have asked him for one the other day, but that would be something else that I'd look at here for Lulu.
Yeah, I'd have to.
I don't think he did.
I'd have to use the search function. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, because actually I'm looking at that right now. No, he has not.
Okay, sweet.
So that was easy.
We'll get that though. Yeah, shout out to the search function, huh? That's makes a lot of things easy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This Moj is saying that Chewy's at 4180. Does that have relevance to you? Because I know that you've been trading that one.
Yeah, it doesn't. I have no position here right now. When I sold the puts and just booked the gain on that, I never re-entered long. The 41, it's at 41.71. The 41.30 is the trend line. Look at how well this thing held. Look at how well it held this trend line. Oh, this nice. Actually makes a pretty decent spot for this. I'll be honest though, I'm not trying to take this position. I'm not trying to take this position today with everything going on here.
It looks like that could still go lower, honestly, Chewy. And I think if it can't recapture that 20-day SMA, then you're likely going to go under 50. It just doesn't. The pattern that this is forming here doesn't look great. It's like it's trying to recover, but ultimately I think it fails, and we'll lose this trend line that you have drawn there, because I have it drawn there too. And if that happens, then it'll also lose the 50. So that's what I would need to see out of Chewy. We need to see this trade back up and try to recapture the 20-day SMA. And if it can't do that, it's going lower, I think. Make Lulu great again. Oil coming off VWAP? Yeah. Buffett got over 100% of his original holdings in STZ. What does he know about it? I'm not sure what you're asking, other than what does he know about STZ? I don't know what he got over 100% of his original holdings. TMDE doesn't look great at all. INDO still lower, but not too much lower. RH now lost its VWAP. That's going to be coming down to a support area pretty soon. We'll see if it gets a bounce there. It's going to be the highs from all the price action after the earnings report. That's where all the support is. RBNE, this thing down to VWAP now. Maybe that comes back later.
Sorry, dealing with an issue here off screen. Palantir, huge big green. No one is surprised. VOYG, bon voyage, you might say, as this continues to trade higher. We did go through that 51 level.
Do you happen to trade, what is that one that IPO'd yesterday?
Chime?
Yeah.
CHYM? I didn't. I traded Voyager a little bit, and I stayed in it. I did not trade Chime at all. No position, no active position, no open, no close on this one.
I did trade this one after started trading when it opened. I think I got lucky because I was looking for a bounce around 40, went down to 38. So when it came back up, I was going to get out at 41. That's where the price went. It went to 41 on that. And then after that, I even mentioned it in Happy Hour. I was like, I traded this. I'm done. I have no interest in this anymore. And it never got back to 41 after that. So I think I did okay there. But I also think I was lucky because 41 was the high print after that drop.
Hey, sometimes that's what it takes. Smoke Tuna says, Ryan, your bon is good, not voyage. So are you saying my French pronunciation of that? I've got it on the first part, but not on the second part. At least that gives me something to work towards. And actually, I think there was something earlier that I tried to say. It was like, I wish Smoke Tuna were here to tell me if I'm doing a good job on this or not.
All the oil names coming in.
Jay Rice mentioning that SoFi is 5x cheaper than Chime. That was one of the things I wanted to see is how does SoFi and Chime, is there any relation in how these trade together?
Does Chime have student loans? Isn't that one of the angles with SoFi?
I don't think so.
No. Well, you're not wrong about that line. It is pulling sentiment in all directions. Looks like VOYG, Voyager Technologies, that popped up to its 200 EMA on the 5-minute and pulled off that.
We might see that reload and go higher, hopefully. UMAC ripping, that's one of those drone plays, I believe, right? Or is this Unusual Machines? It's got to be a drone play here.
Palantir,
American drone industry.
Starting to put in the first red candle of the day. We still have 2.5 minutes left on it, so we'll see if it stays red. But starting to slow down with the upward price action. Very extended here. What's up?
Thinking about it. It's Friday, so I'm going to read the comment. Did he say Bong Voyager? Because you can do that in your living room.
The journey will go on.
Sorry, dude. I'm amused by funny things like that. I don't know what else to say. Thinking about it, you're definitely a positive ad, my man. Let me know if you got the shout out that I gave you yesterday for your research into the SpaceX shares ownership for the DXYZ ETF. That was good stuff.
Yeah. Well, it's looking good to everybody. Scott wants to look at URGN. He's urging you to look at it. Eurogen Pharma. What is this about here?
Which one? What ticker?
URGN. Looks like this
I saw
one
it in here.
Looks like this one has a real issue with 1250.
And a little issue.
Yeah, just a bit. Let me see here. What if I can figure out why that is? Why it is? Oh, it seems like that's a technical resistance area. The summer or spring of 2024 had was kind of bottoming out there, and ever since we lost that price in October last year, that has been a resistance level. So I don't know what it's going to take to get over there. I'm not sure I know enough about this company to make any kind of prediction, They just got approved for Zusturi for bladder cancer. You got a price target raised to 30. Maybe it's just not getting enough attention because of the current situation that's happening right now. It is pretty extended here on the daily chart, so 1250 might hold it, provide more resistance for now. But if it can hold above the 200-day SMA, which is down at about 1092 over the next couple of days, that might allow it enough time to cool off so it can make a move through 1250. I don't want to make any predictions on this one, but 1250 certainly is the level for this one to get over.
Speaking of predictions, is Archer a buy after this offering and it's 15% move lower?
Let's see here.
I'll go to my big chart here. I think someone asked us about Archer earlier, but we didn't cover it. I know that this is a show favorite here. And obviously we have the offering here in a minus 15% move. I am 13. I don't know about you. I look at this chart here. It just jumps off the page. I think we got to wait for this $9 level. I got 926 as the 50-day moving average. Maybe that gets tested here.
Yeah. And when you draw a line like at 925, 926, or whatever you want to draw it at, you can see that was actually a breakout spot. Almost.
Yeah, sure was. It was right in here too, beginning of May.
Yeah. So if we do go down there, I would be looking at that as support. And if we get it, then it might provide a really good trade. But yeah, this company, like we've been talking about for a long time, it doesn't have revenue yet. It's just not there yet. It will be, but not right now. So you're going to see more offerings come. I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't the last one.
Joe here saying my only thought on Archer is that people that fear eVTOL investment will get diverted to traditional defense. I think you're going to see that anyway, given the news. Walmart and Amazon are exploring their own stable coins.
Walmart and Amazon?
Yeah, I'm seeing that news just flash up here on CNBC. I don't really know what to make of that. Visa down 5.5%. Okay. An Amazon stable coin. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I'll stick with Bitcoin, Solana, and Ethereum.
Archer back to 6. No, that's fine. You guys, I mean, hey, you know what? If it does, I'd be rooting for 520. I'd like to see it go down there. Because I think I'd be a buyer down at 520. That has been an important level for the stock since 22. So I'd be a buyer down there, I think. Oh, listen, you're going to have to tell us about that at some point. Your cannabis farm. Sounds amazing.
I was going to say that it sounds interesting.
I can mention on CoreWeave that's bouncing. Oh, look at this. So we opened beneath the trend line that I've been watching.
Oracle more. Here's CoreWeave.
I'm still thinking the next level to watch for me with CoreWeave is 130. Got the 20-day SMA coming up to 125. I mean, still looks like the June 4th print was the top. So we'll see if we get any kind of recovery here. But this is on the underside of a trend line now. Has not opened down here since June 3rd before we made the top. So see if there's any recovery here. It doesn't look like it's that great to me. I think it could go lower.
Yeah, here is the trend line that you were speaking of, overlaid with the fib.
That one, yeah, you could draw a trend line that way. I have mine starting from April 2nd of 2025 and going through the high of May 29th. I have two trend lines on here. And
okay, gotcha.
That was a breakout. That was supposed to be the breakout trend line, and now it's a breakdown trend line.
Big bear hug here saying careful, SPY about to lose the 1 hour VWAP, 2 minutes till the release there. We do have that consumer sentiment coming up. The SPY pushed up to 600, definitely found resistance there. It's not breaking down. We'll see what happens after the consumer sentiment number. And yeah, you folks, take care of yourself, day trader. Happy Friday. Have a good weekend, my man. Thanks for all your support and help with the channel throughout the course of the week. Appreciate you putting in 2 jobs effectively. As far as that Walmart Amazon thing, I'm hearing from the producer here that news was in pro early morning, but it was kind of a nothing burger earlier, so it seems like kind of a nothing burger now. And as Pete is joking here, hell hath not frozen over. Amazon and Walmart are not working together on that. I actually think that's pretty funny.
Well, I'm sure devils will still make deals with each other.
RBNE stayed under that trend line, but above the VWAP, nothing yet. Still watch the volume. That's really kind of been the key all morning here. HUSA has really kind of been riding the trend line down with collapsing volume as well. That we'd really want to see turn back up.
Let me go to a smaller time frame here on SPY. So yeah, did go up to 600, got rejected, had about 20 minutes of selling, and now it got some support from, it looks like 598, that area. But I'm not sure we're going to go back up above 600 yet. Safest stock in the world is Walmart. Not Costco. I know I'm trying to shake the cage.
Sorry, I actually wasn't listening. I apologize. I was reading something else again.
Reports out.
Report is out. Michigan consumer sentiment for June 60.5 versus the 53.5 estimate. Consumer expectations for June 58.4 versus 49.
Not getting much of a market reaction.
The market is not responding to this. This is a good print.
Yes. I guess we're just like, well, now what do we do?
I just think that Michigan consumer sentiment print doesn't carry the weight that it once did. That's what I think.
You're right, Atlas. I agree with you on that. Waste management. Yes, I still like that one too. I did sell my IDU because I needed to delist from so many utility names, but I need to get back into the single name. Well, waste management, absolutely. We're always going to make trash, so they have an endless supply of business.
What did you say? Humans are trash-making machines? Was that
they
the
are?
line?
They are.
It's not inaccurate at all.
And we're we have this throwaway society now where instead of fixing things, we just replace them. So even more trash now.
I'll tell you something. I'm rebelling against that. Just as kind of an aside here, maybe it leads to a rant. We'll see. I am rebelling against the throwaway society. Even if it's something that can't be fixed, that's designed to be throwaway, I still give an attempt to try and fix it. Because to me, this throwing stuff away is a waste. It's a waste of materials. It's a waste of energy. It's a waste of money. I like fixing shit. Nothing makes me happier than when I have something that's broken and I fix it. I just feel more accomplished.
Everybody can thank Apple for going against the right to repair movement. Because of them, now you can't really fix your stuff anymore. So, thanks, guys.
You're contending that spreads to something other than phones?
It's not a contention. This is, if you look at the right to repair movement, Apple has been the leader in that in the opposition that has prevented people from going to get their phones fixed by third parties. It's now spreading to deer, so farmers can't fix their tractors or their vehicles for farming anymore. They have to have deer.
Yeah. Well, so that's what I'm saying. So that's I guess. Let me just cut to the chase. What I'm asking here is you're saying that deer went that way because of what Apple did.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the whole.
I never thought about it like that. I'm just trying to have the discussion live. I never thought about it like that.
Read into the right to repair movement. You will probably get very, very angry.
I already am. We've actually talked about that on Happy Hour. I already am. I'm reading quotes here from Fairchild. Total repair rebel. I fix stuff. Full stop. Fairchild, if I ever come across something that I can't fix, can I reach out to you privately? Maybe get some advice on that? Because I'd like to up my rebel game, to be quite honest with you. I love fixing stuff.
Yeah, true. Exactly. No third-party repair on Tesla.
Yeah.
Like everybody wants to make all their customer support and repairs and everything in-house. They don't want anybody going anywhere else cheaper. They want to benefit from all that. RBNE,
I'm just going to time out here real quick. Megan Casella is on CNBC right now, and the sprinklers at the White House are going off behind her. I hate to even say this, but if she gets sprayed by those sprinklers, I am going to laugh so hard that I might need to turn my camera off for a sec. Just warning you. That's all.
RBN is halted.
YouTube fixes everything. Yo, so this, I'm not even joking here. Let me go. RBNE is halted. Let me put that up here. Here's your halt price right above the trend line, 13.
Yep.
Damn. YouTube fixes everything. So YouTube University is a real thing. I have probably learned more off of YouTube that I've used in my real life than I did from my college education that I paid thousands of dollars for, tens of thousands of dollars for. I totally support this. Fairchild, shoot me an email. I will definitely reach out to you if I need some help fixing something I can't figure out. It's just, I love that. I love that.
Looks like RH might be getting a bounce here after a pretty significant drop.
It's Friday the 13th, so she might get hit by the sprinkler. Did they turn the sprinklers on because she's really hot? No, I don't think that's the case. But I'm just saying that if someone is out there trying to deliver a serious news brief and then all of a sudden a sprinkler blasts them, maybe it's the kid in me, but I find that funny. It didn't happen, for the record. It didn't happen. She's okay.
Oh, HUSA recaptured VWAP. This might get going here now that RBNE is halted. It looks like traders are looking for something else to hit. Could be this one.
1495, that high print
look
there.
At this. Look at this. This is just having, it's really starting to expand here. I mean, the volume could be better, but it's starting to move. Starting to move. Really would be cool to see this thing just kind of blast off to the resistance it was getting around 16. See what I'm talking about there? It just might do it.
It literally just ticked up right when you said that. What's going on?
Oh, I'm going to get a call from the SEC, aren't I?
I hope not.
I hope not, too, because I have nothing to do with that. And then USEG, looks like that's coming back up to the VWAP, too. This might also break out since this also has a trend line. All because people ran out of things to do with RBNE.
I have a hat that says I fix stuff and I know things. I want that hat, Trout Bum. I think I have to probably be a better handyman to earn the ability to wear that hat. But nonetheless, this HUSA, by the way, 15 coming here.
Didn't we get a print of 15? Yeah, we did. 1538 was the high.
Yeah, I'm saying this is coming back on in this candle. Gotcha. We've got the volume expanding down here. We're holding above the trend line and the VWAP. I think you're going to get this again.
That was hilarious.
And they pulled it right as I said that. Okay, I just had to make a call.
Okay, so when I talk, the stock goes up, and when you talk, it goes down.
The stock goes down. Oh, we're going to have fun with that, 13.
Shut up, Ryan. Shut up. Let me finish this trade first.
Okay, that would be funny. A serious question here. Edwin's asking, how important is level 2 market depth for day trading? I think this is really important. I think being able to kind of judge what the feel is in the moment is really important. I've watched level 2 since I started doing any type of day trading. I personally think that's important, with the caveat that you can very easily be head faked. Like, you can look like a bunch of sell orders are building and building and building, and oh my God, this thing's going to go lower, only for a gigantic buy to really kind of turn that around. At the end of the day, you're basically giving yourself more information. So if there's more information and pattern recognition that you can do, habits that you see on that, I think all of that stuff is helpful.
I look at data usage, like the indicators that we use, and like VWAPs and EMAs and things like that. There are going to be specific pieces of data that I use for day trading. Level 2 is going to be one of those. I don't use level 2 for long-term investments. Yeah,
that's okay. That's a really good way to say it. Crow here saying that it is everything.
Yeah,
it's everything. Drew, I agree. Best thing is that YouTube starts giving out degrees from YouTube University. I would go back and try to get one. Lion, take care of yourself. Enjoy your weekend, my man. You will not see us tomorrow because we do not have a show tomorrow, but I think you meant Monday. We'll see you then. Enjoy your weekend, boss.
He wants to come back so bad.
I know he does. I know he does.
And have a happy Father's Day too.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, 13. Happy Father's Day, Lion.
It's gonna be a fun weekend for all its dads.
Miss mine.
Me too. TK says, Zach, TK Corp. What are we looking at here? Is that what you're?
Yeah, ticker
is it
TK, and the name of the company is literally TK.
Okay, I didn't know if he was if that was he was after. But yeah, so TK, I'm not seeing a whole lot of movement here with this one. Volume is it's still beneath the I don't see nothing really here. What's the question here on TK? Let me see if we can help you out there.
Whoa, Oracle. So Oracle, more continuation today and actually taking the next leg higher out of the flag here. I actually did see some Oracle puts getting bought into this move higher, but don't forget, this was a blue sky breakout here. A little bit overcooked on some of the RSI on Oracle. I'm not jumping in front of that train short.
Not until we hit some of those price targets. So like I would say maybe just based on the price targets alone, I would say that if this continues to go, there might be some resistance, some big time resistance between 220 and 240. If we continue to go up those price targets, which most of them that came out yesterday were over 200. So I wouldn't be surprised.
There were only a couple, right? Like the Morgan Stanley.
There were maybe like 5 or 6 that were under 200, but Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan, they had some of the lowest price targets of the really big.
Yeah, JP Morgan 185, Morgan Stanley 190, Stiefel 180. Yep.
Okay, so that's what I was wondering if you meant to TK or take care, but yeah, take care. Gotcha. You take care too.
And we actually looked at the stock. Oh, I love it. Yeah, big pull here for Astus through the VWAP, by the way.
Yeah, you got to be careful when you shorten things like that and make acronyms because we're going to think ticker and we're just going to go right for it. RBNE is open now at 1544 and it's going to halt again.
Man, oh man.
So does that mean we get a little boost from Husa? So it's still
I like what you tried. It's still that 15 level. That's still the level to watch here.
Hey, look, we're having a good time. It's it's Friday, the 13th.
One of the friend of Benzinga here, Markets and Mayhem, does really good stuff with option flow and all of that. Saying here, believe it or not, S&P cash call flows targeting 60.50 today. Interesting. That's pretty much right back to where we were in the after hours yesterday, 60.50. I'm looking at the ES chart there. Really interesting.
Looks like the market finally pulled after that consumer sentiment. Not saying that that's the exact reason it pulled, but it looks like it finally got some downside. At a support level here, just double check and see what that is. Oh, this is a downtrend line. Okay, so we're coming back to, we're testing this trend line here that I drew. Next area of support that I see could be 597. And then right beneath that is 596.65, a previous all-time high. RBNE, the Father's Day special. You said it, Yassine.
Hey, I love hearing that. Love hearing that.
All right, HUSA, show me 16. Nope. 1540 is the level. That's now hit that area twice. Actually, 1538 to be more specific. But still looking for 16 if we can break over that 1538, 1540 level. Kind of like that.
Voyager, ticker VOYG, testing the 51 level that 13 brought up earlier. 13, I can't remember if there was a sense on that or if it was just 51 exactly. Nonetheless, 51 here, stopping it. See if we go through that here. Ticker VOYG.
Yeah, 51, I believe. Yep, and then HUSA. All I had to do was just talk about it, and we approach 16 here.
So
it's
what's the rule? I can't talk about it, right? Otherwise, we're going to send this guy. Okay, got it. In fact, I'm going to go to the washroom. BRB, I'll let you do it.
Perfect. Let it hit 16, and then you can do all that. I'm not this mean. 16. Perfect. There we go. That's what we were looking for. I don't care what this does anymore. This could go to 1850, the pre-market high. I was just looking for 16. God bless my girls. You go, Wisdom. Absolutely wonderful. All right, so yeah, HUSA. That was wonderful to see. That wasn't sure about it, but here we are with a couple of like just in the past 10 minutes, just had a really nice series of moves here up to some of these levels in the pre-market. I think that was the high from 620 this morning. If this continues, I already gave some levels. I think I could go. It looks like 1660 is next after that, and then 1760 followed by 1850. Those are the next three levels up I see. Yeah, unleashed. Unleashed? I think you mean unleashed. I know what you meant. Plug bouncing up? But why did RBNE pop like that? I didn't see any news. RBNE popped like this isn't it's not on news. This is all just technicals and day trading.
Well, it's all in the same like theme of the attack. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just this is one of the stocks that is moving off of that theme. Just gotta watch the volume, watch level 2. It's telling you what's when the sellers are stepping up, when the buyers are lifting it, all that good stuff. And we had our trend lines. Trend lines have been super helpful, especially with RBNE.
Yeah, they sure have. They've been helpful with everything, really.
And as soon as we got that move at 10 o'clock, interestingly, just after the consumer sentiment. It held above that trend line, and now we're off. Drone play dried up. It may be just cooling off for now. I am pretty sure it'll be back, but for now, yeah, it's probably still the news.
I mean, it like the momentum, like the in the moment momentum may have slowed down here. Zenith's still up 11%. ONDS still up 2.5% or more. How's RCAT doing? It's another one that we took a look at here. Okay, RCAT slowed down. This pulled. How about MOB? M-O-B? This is still up 13.5%. I think it might have just cooled a little bit. I don't know that it really went anywhere.
Is anybody still in HUSA? Just let me know, because if not, I'm
because I need to know if I can start talking about it again or not.
That's what I'm saying. If somebody's in this right now, Ryan, tell us what you think about it.
It does feel like it's slowing down here on that.
My God! Please pull. Please pull.
Good Lord.
That'd be so hilarious. Yes, absolutely, James, and especially when we're talking about one of the bigger producers that
UMAC came in,
yeah. So you're right. And not always, but when we're talking about like the big energy producers, whether it be Iran, Saudi Arabia, UAE, I believe, and Qatar. Yes, oil. And then thank you, Ryan, because that worked so well. HUSA now coming down.
Tom now, because of this, is starting to wonder if I have Kramer syndrome.
What is that?
I don't know, and I like Tom, and I want to keep liking Tom, so I don't necessarily want to be compared to Kramer. That's
does he have the Kramer syndrome? Okay, no, I see what you're saying, but no, because what Kramer syndrome is that it waits for everybody to jump into his idea, and then it pulls out the rug from him. See, Ryan is in real time.
You had me talk too soon. I got most stopped out.
Well, dang it! That's why I was asking.
Anne Marie says, I absolutely love how much you guys make me smile. I've been told my entire life that laughter is the best medicine for anything, and I appreciate other people smiling, so I like to try and do it myself. We'll take that, Anne Marie. Take that compliment.
Let's see if we can help our friend Mo out here. So HUSA, I love it.
It's going higher.
Okay.
It just stopped him out to go higher. So I don't know if we're helping him or making it worse.
Well, I started talking about it and it put in a new high. But, Ryan, go ahead and step in if we're all finished with this. Anyway, we're having too much fun with this one.
Ryan, please stop looking and talking about Chewy for a while.
Look at RBNE.
Just because, really quick, this Moj, just because you asked so politely, I'm going to do that just for you. Absolutely.
RBNE, that popped up to 1670 out of the halt, and now we're coming in. That was another really grim one. I don't know what everybody's plans are for today, but this has been like a really good morning for some of these trades that we've been following. So I don't want to tell anybody to stop trading, but maybe consider enjoying yourselves for the rest of the weekend, because this has been great. And if you've and there might be some market pull coming here. We are approaching that 10:30 time when volume just begin to dry up. So you make your own decisions, but don't let any forced trades hurt your weekend from happening. So
yeah, definitely.
That
Definitely. And if you made money early on like the reaction to this, that's great. There's nothing wrong with backing off and taking your profits home with you.
Yep.
Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Zach McCracken, Ryan called Kramer must be the biggest insult you can make to the man. I see where you're coming here, but here's the reality, folks. And I think this is a life lesson that you all can take from here. People on the internet don't offend me. They can't. I have way too much going in my real life with people that I actually interact with to let someone whom I've probably never met, seen, or spoken to get me down. So when we come in here, even when we're kind of ribbing each other and poking each other, dude, it is all fun and games. It is all fun and games. Love your family, hug your friends. Don't worry about what people say about you on the internet. There's far more important things out there. I learned that the hard way. Welcome to Ride America. Oh.
Well, we are getting a nice recovery here with the SQQQ, and I'm starting to wonder if this is a bit of a trend that we can draw and play for a breakout. What do you guys think? Do you think the SPY continues to go lower today? I mean, it's certainly dropping down to that 597 level I mentioned.
So I was just going to say, let's see what happens here at 597. The other thing is I feel like we spent multiple weeks talking about 593 to 595 as that upside resistance area that we finally broke over. So if we lose 597 here, my next spot's going to be that 593, 595 area that we broke through before. Here we go. You can get your 597 test right now.
Just keep talking about the SPY. You're making the SQQQ look great.
Now here's the
and it's perfect too, because you are a bear. A Chicago bear.
There we go. Here's the problem with this though. When I try to do this for myself, it will go completely the other way. Right? So I'm doing this for all of you. We're going to raise the tide for everybody in here.
Look at this nice test of that trend line in the SQQQ, and it just comes right off. And man, the price
looks like SPY is trying to bounce off of 597 flat.
Yeah, really, exactly flat too, right? 597. Okay, 596.99. Sorry, guys. Sorry, we're off by a penny.
Smoke Tuna here says, Ryan, JVA maybe for a long investment. This is Coffee Holdings Company. You think this is a good spot here on the chart, Tuna? I appreciate this. I can get down with investing in coffee. I'll tell you that much. That would make sense to me. Wholesale coffee operations, including manufacturing, roasting, packaging, marketing, and distributing.
What went on from February to March that had this rally occur? And can it do it again?
The company also manufactures and sells coffee roasters. Its products include wholesale green coffee, private label coffee, and branded coffee. I wonder if I'm familiar with any of the brands that this sells under.
Looks like they had really good earnings on February 3rd, and that caused it to go up until they had an offering on March 14th. Well, it looks like it already began to pull off of that, and then the offering just took it down lower. So with all that out of the way, maybe we start to see some of those levels again. I would actually start to put some levels out for JVA from all that price action in February and March. So I think we could hit those again.
They got what, $2.5 million on the balance sheet. They really don't burn a whole lot. They actually make money.
Probably.
So yeah, they're up. I'm not going to chase a move up 20% for an investment purpose, but maybe this is one to put on the watch list.
And Smoke Tuna saying JVA might go to 10 in a few weeks. So you're kind of speaking to what I'm thinking. I mean, 10 is not what I was looking at, but certainly using the levels from February to March, I think that's going to help make the trades on the price action much easier. So, you could expect $5 to be a resistance level. $6. I see 8 as another one. Not so much 7, but 8. You could use those resistance areas all the way up to 10. Absolutely.
Pepsi. Jay mentioning Pepsi here.
Oh, good.
This may be moving out of this base here. You were talking about what, Jay? The July 135 calls? Yeah, July 135 calls. Let's see if we had any unusual options on. Haven't been looking for Pepsi here. God, Jay, you're exactly right. Look at those 135 calls swept over and over and over again today.
Just look at that chart. Look at how this bottoming has been taking place.
Man,
and draw a line at 135, and you can even see something super special there.
Well, that's what the calls are at.
Exactly. I think that's what they're seeing, and that's why they're hitting it.
Boom, 135 exactly. Thank you, producer, for getting us a U.S. Open score poll here. Can appreciate that.
Absolutely, Zach. Absolutely. The world will have further consequences. Yep. I mean, just all you have to do is look and see what ended up happening in the early throes of the Ukraine and Russia war. I mean, that took the market down for pretty much the whole year in 22. So the Chiefs are. All right, SQQQ.
So really quickly, just to finish off here on PEP, there is 49,000, just about 49,000 contracts held open in that July 135 call. Today, there's been 9,600 traded, and it's only up 0.57%. So I think it's reasonable to assume that those are more repeat buys rather than cashing out.
Yeah, this had a really nice bottoming from So it went down to the 120. What is this, like the 125, 128 level? 128. Down where the March and February lows of 2021 were. So that is a really good looking spot for a bounce. I would like this to turn around and come back up and recapture 135. That'd be fantastic. There is hope for SQQQ. Yeah, it certainly looks like it's starting to test it some more, but volume needs to be better. Tech names are reversing to take out the opening 1 hour candles. As XF says, the Pentagon has contingency plans to invade Greenland if necessary. In the contingency? Well, I mean, okay, I'm not going to even get to that because it'll take away from the show.
Yeah, I was going to say that's just bait. Don't take it.
No. RBNE. This is starting to. Okay, so this had some support just under 15 for the past 15 minutes, and now we're starting to go on to try and test 1670, the high of the day.
597 still being held here by SPY. We'll see if it's got enough to crack through that here today.
The ETF cure has been curling up, says Michael. Yeah, I'm glad you had fun, Fairchild. I hope you have a good day at your job.
And if not, you know where to come back and have fun. If it doesn't go well, you know where to come back and have fun.
RBNE halted again on the doorstep of 17. 1698 is the current high. And that means with that halted, HUSA is now making another high because once traders lose their play toy, they find something else to play with.
The next shinier object that they can find, that's what they're going to go after. Absolutely.
These traders are absolute magpies. That is why MP ran yesterday. NVIDIA continuing to go lower, as it should. All right, so what
Circle new highs here. So that recent IPO, Voyager, by the way, almost back to even on this. Glad we were patient, Voyager.
So that means that, gosh, what was the one that we were just trading yesterday? It was That new IPO. CHYM.
CHYM. Yep.
Is that recovering too?
The IPO today that you folks were looking at was AIRO. That's not open, is it? Are we even getting quotes on that yet? That's going to be one of the smaller ones. No, I don't have this here. Aero Group Holdings. I don't even know what this is. How about this other one? BACC. BACCU. Blue Acquisition. No, that's the units. Yeah, neither of those are open yet.
Yeah, well, I guess I was just looking to see if Chime was going to kind of, recover like some of those other recent IPOs where it doesn't look like that's ready quite yet. Moving over back to these energy plays, INDO, that's moved its way through VWAP and it's coming up to a resistance area at 515. HUSA looking like that's going to hit 17. Actually, it popped over 17 briefly and came back in. Now it's trying to get back over it. 17.11 is the high for HUSA.
INDO right here at the VWAP.
This Mo is saying price set at $10 for AIRO.
Yeah, that was what the IPO was priced at. I was looking to see if there was any indication on where it might open here today.
No matter what everybody ends up trading. Oh, wow, HUSA. HUSA is probably headed for 1850. This is looking like it's just going to do it. As long as RBNE is halted, I think it could get to 1850. I just want to make sure everybody has a good rest of the day Friday. Don't get yourselves hurting anything before the weekend, which for dads it's going to be fun. I don't want you to have a bad dad day because you had a bad trade day.
Yeah. And just as a general rule of thumb, try not to let whatever happens on Friday in the market go into your weekend because that's just going to complicate your Monday. I've been there. I can say from experience on days where I've really had a poor Friday, I've let it affect me over the weekend, and then I was not prepared to come back on Monday. Compounded my problem.
Oh, yeah, you're right about that, Jay. Oracle does not care. Higher it goes. And here we go with HUSA. Just hit 18. 1835 is the high. We're almost at the pre-market high. What a home run HUSA was.
And also, we lost 597 on the SPY. So we did actually trade beneath that.
Keep talking about it, Ryan.
Remember those Oracle put buyers earlier that were buying right around 206?
Slain.
They're getting squeezed out here. More Palantir calls. This came back in, but might be reloading. AIRO is another drone aerospace play. Thank you, Nick. So this is a pretty good day for that to go. HUSA halted to the upside 1835. Did you call that? Sorry.
No, I didn't. I was looking at it and I was like, why does it not moving and it's not halted? And then it finally halted. So yes, great shout out there, folks, Danielle and C-Dub. Absolutely. Thank you for that. So I don't know how much more time is left on the halt for RBNE, but I think there might be another 5 minutes or so. When do you have the halt for that one on RBNE?
The halt for RBNE, let me get you that exact time here. 10:28:01.
Okay, so that's going to need more time. I think that's a 50-minute halt on that one. USEG breaking over the trend line, I think that we drew, and the VWAP. So now that we have RBNE and HUSA halted, the magpies fly to the next shiny object, and that one is going to be USEG.
Fly. Oh, 13, dude.
Oh, man. Fun stuff today.
So, Drew here, Apple keeps coming down. Do you see this coming back after their lackluster WWDC? Yes, I do. I just
RBNE
can't
open.
tell you when this is.
RBNE open. 1811 is the high now. Now you have USEG pulling a little bit. INDO, that was moving up before RBNE opened. That slowed down. So this is kind of what we've been looking at here. So RBNE and HUSA, those are the two darlings of the trade this morning. When they are halted, they go to the other ones. So don't know how much longer that's going to last, but that has been the theme so far today.
Drew, here's the Apple chart. This is the trend that we really need to take out. My takeaway from the developers conference was that they doubled down on their ecosystem, which is what allows them to beat earnings now and generate cash. And even though they didn't introduce something new and crazy, they kind of left the door open to do something on the AI front later this year. So I can't tell you when this is going to turn around. Looking at the chart here, here's the trend that we need to break. 193 would be your next support. That's Apple, AAPL.
Mike, are you asking what a magpie is? That's a type of bird in the crow family that is very attracted to shiny objects. You'll see they pick up all kinds of shiny things, gum wrappers, little scraps in the middle, all kinds of stuff like that. They love shiny stuff. So shiny objects, ooh, there they go, the magpies. So anyway, yeah, RBNA is sparkling.
Is this it, 13?
Oh, man. There it is.
There's your magpie. Mike, I got a meme for you here.
So RBNE, 1905 it popped up to, and now we're getting a pull. Fantastic stuff.
AIRO. Oh, that my thing. So someone else mentioned this yesterday, right? So my halt tool is reporting that AIRO is halted. They might be getting ready to trade this one soon. If you're interested in this, maybe keep this on another chart.
Hey, Amanda, good morning. And I'm sorry to say you did miss a really fun morning, but it sounds like it doesn't matter if you're going to have another one of those calls that they just kind of, you make, over $100 a minute on. Keep at it.
Chewbacca approves of Amanda's interview.
Yep.
Good morning, Amanda. Despite being late, the morning is not over, and we out here having a good time. No question.
Levels for USEG. I mean, the next one I'm looking at is 280. That's been the level so far this morning since pre-market lost it. It has been trying to recapture it, and we are coming back up to it. So it looks like the next level to take. If you look at the level 2 data, you can see that there's a large concentration of sellers at 280. So we take that out. The next level I'd be looking at, for me, I mean, you could make an argument for just above 290, but I think the more important one to watch for is going to be 315. I think that's the one to watch for after if we break over 280.
It looks like we're going to test that right here. Gabrielle is saying it's new on Robinhood, about to launch. Is that AIRO, Gabriel? Is that what you're referring to? Because I have it loaded in my Thinkorswim broker here, but I don't see anything yet. I generally don't get anything to appear until it actually opens. So let me know.
Day trader, I did not see your levels.
Dude, day trader's just out here. Hopefully he's checking in from work.
I didn't see the levels if you posted those earlier, but they're spicy, man. Well done.
And Peter, you guys rock with. We don't give advice here. We just talk about what we're seeing. You come up with your own trading advice for yourself. It sounds like you rocked it, so you're going to get a register ring right there.
I didn't tell you when to buy and sell. Neither did Ryan. That's not what we do here. You made those choices on your own.
Right.
You give yourself a pat on the back.
Day and night.
Yep.
It's my favorite hit.
All right, so perfect. HUSA hit 850 and more. 1889 was the high. It might not be finished yet either, but it pulled after that. So we'll see how much more HUSA goes. I mean, for me, I'm finished with this. I'm not trading this anymore. And it could, and as I say that, it goes into the 19 handle. Maybe 20's next, but I'm not trading this anymore because this thing is starting to get pretty extended, and I don't want to get caught in it.
Yeah, good idea. Good job there, Izzy. We'll cha-ching on that.
Levels for INDO. Well, let me tell you something. This one being one that we've traded frequently in the past, I have levels going all the way up to 775. We just broke through one of them. That the level I ironed out, or I mentioned earlier, 515. That's been taken out. So if we continue to go higher, we are coming up to what looks like it was a resistance area in the pre-market before it had a breakout. That's going to be about 535, 540, somewhere in that area. But if we get through that, the levels I have to the upside are going to be 560, 590, 605, and somewhere between 625 and 630. And of course, the pre-market high of 644.
Sorry, I'm lagging on getting the ticker up there.
No problem.
So how many people think of the Snoop Dogg song when we talk about Indo?
What? Are we drinking our gin and juice?
Yeah, the gin and juice. I mean, I can't help it. I
So-
can't every time.
So the word they're talking about, from my understanding, starts with an E. But it could be Indo. I don't know. I thought it was
indica.
I thought it was ENDO, but maybe I'm wrong about that.
Pretty sure Indo is a short for indica, which is a type of cannabis.
I know. I don't think they knew that back
I know
then,
that
though.
you know that.
I don't think they knew that back then, though. Because, it was all shit to them. Good shit, bad shit. That's all they called it. Anyway.
Tam says, you two contribute greatly with your knowledge and experience in the markets, helping out others. That's what life is all about. So
Yes.
The way I got to where I was at was having other people help me without asking for anything in return. And so one of the lessons that I learned from that is, well, Ryan, you might not be a pro gazillionaire, but you can pass on things that you learn to others. Why don't you do what others have done for you? And that's basically the ethos of this show here.
RBNE halted to the downside now. So I think it's time to be really careful with these names we've been trading. If one starts to pull, they all could pull and set up for the next trade later. So like I was saying, I'm finished with these. This has been a fantastic morning. I hope everybody had a great time.
It really has been.
Yeah, exactly, James. That's kind of the point I was making. And Ryan might be right about what the first letter of what we're talking about, but to them it was just, it was just good stuff, bad stuff, and then there was one other word that we use pretty frequently called swag. AST has 39 calls printing now.
Okay,
Man,
just checking to see if there was drama outside.
What a move. No, all the drama's here.
Judge, take care of yourself. Judge, I saw your thing earlier about not being able to log in. That problem was resolved a while ago. You should have no trouble there, but there's nothing I can do while I'm on the show, my man. I'm sorry.
Well done, Ray. Just has a small piece left in Indo, but he's finished. And
good
Paulo,
trade.
I hope you never do after today. Yeah. That's the opposite of swag, Sideshow. Anyway, let's get back to stocks. Cannabis conference is not right now.
It actually ended on Tuesday.
There you go.
So on Wednesday, when I went golfing, we got paired up with random people, and they asked what we did, and we told them, and they're like, Benzinga, like, you guys do cannabis conference, right? We're like, we actually just finished hosting the cannabis
Oracle
conference,
210.
so it was pretty awesome.
Oracle 210 just now. Oh, is HUSA polling? Well, that's what we were thinking it could do. As soon as one of these start doing it, they all could start doing it.
So can we attribute this to something else other than me? Can we blame something other than me for the pullback here? Because I didn't say anything on this.
Yeah, but you were thinking it.
I was not, though. I was actually thinking about Indo.
I'm just kidding. No, you're off the hook. It's Friday. You can go into the weekend unburdened.
Okay. By what it's been? Okay, sorry. I didn't even mean to do that.
I'm just messing. This is fun. But look at this Oracle. Now over 210. 0 Fs in this stock. GB Sly saying Boeing, RSI low under VWAP and SMA. Because I still don't think we have any clarity on what happened with that India air flight, right?
No, we don't know yet. So where we're at right now, 13, is that it appears as if the engines lost power, but you're trying to pin down exactly what caused that to happen. Last I saw, they only recovered one of the 2 black boxes. So until they recover both of those and get a complete idea of the data, I don't expect us to hear anything on that.
Okay.
That's just me. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm not going to speculate on what it could be, but one of the first things I think about is when engines lose power like that, all of a sudden was there a bird strike? But I don't want to speculate.
Yeah, but the thing about that is that there actually seem to be some videos of this, and I don't know that there's anything that was what I thought first too. Like, what caused the engines to shut off as this thing was ascending? I don't know. We'll see what happens here. I know everyone's kind of waiting with bated breath on that because they want to know if it's Boeing's fault or not, which is going to determine the next trade there. No birds, C-Dub Cell says. I didn't think so. I didn't see any of those.
So Boeing, interestingly, this low that we put in today was also the same area of support that the pre-market was getting yesterday. So this is a bit of a line in the sand here, down around 195. It's a level I think we should be watching for, especially if you have an interest in picking some of this up at some point. 195 appears to be a pretty important level to keep your eye on.
JG, they said this morning that there was no power, that the engines didn't have power. That's where I got that from. I don't know enough about aircraft flight to be able to make a judgment based on what I see with the flaps and the landing gear. I'll leave that to the pros.
Let's see here. Well, thinking about it, it seems like until it hit the ground, yes, those all stayed on.
I'm still blown away by the single survivor of that jumped out of the emergency exit. That, to me, like, that just gives me anxiety thinking about it. That is just unbelievable. Dude's being treated in the hospital for minor injuries. I was talking with the producer earlier today. He's like, this is what I would do. I'm thinking to myself, how on earth, like, what do you have to talk? How do you tell yourself to jump out of an airplane? That is just like, I can't. I'm getting like anxiety just thinking about it. He jumped out the emergency exit.
I didn't know that he jumped out. I thought it crashed and he got out of it there, but I didn't hear about jump. See, I need to read more into this, but man, he didn't.
Sideshow says that's some John Wick shit. Well, he didn't jump out,
Commando.
then turn around and fire guns back at the plane, which is what the John Wick.
No, that's Arnold Schwarzenegger Commando stuff that he did. You know, remember he jumped out of the plane there on that movie? Same thing. That's the other thing is I want to make sure I understand what seat he was in so that if I ever need to make a quick exit.
Oh, that's on X. I don't remember. It might be 11A, but don't quote me on that.
11A.
I think I saw it because when they were trying to confirm if this person was actually on the plane, they were going through the tickets.
I think you're right. INDO, by the way, we are trying to push up to that next resistance area around 560. This one's still going. Somebody was asking about what was the reason for Oracle's movement. Yeah, Joseph Schmo. What's behind the Oracle push anyway? Well, you know that they had the earnings, but in their conference call, my understanding is that they sounded very, very bullish, and they highlighted some. I don't remember exactly what it was that they had highlighted, but it really took the stock to the next level, and now it's on a big bull run. But it had to do with what was being said in the conference call.
Webcoin, most of my flights, I am alone on the plane. Yeah, AI Rod walked away with minor injuries, got treated at the hospital. I'm wondering if he also landed in like a tree or something, or someone's pool in the backyard. I don't know.
Yeah, anyway. So all Dreamliner Boeings are now going to have the 11A seat booked up.
So Oracle's still going higher here. Do we know what the next top out spot is on Oracle?
Let's see if
it's 210 now.
Because we're at all-time highs right now, right? For blue sky.
Yeah, it's a blue sky breakout to all-time highs. You're exactly right.
This has got to be fib extension at this point, I think.
Yeah, I'm wondering that myself here. Let me see if I can.
I don't even have trend lines I could draw. Well, maybe I can. Hold on one second.
So I just scratched on a fib based trend extension. I've got the next level here, 217. The previous level here was 196. Next level here, 217.
Based on this trend line I drew, it looks like it would be somewhere in the 213 handle. So not too far away from what you're talking about. I mean, it's going to be likely about where it's at now, and some of these mid mid 200 price targets that we got. So I think 220 could be about the level we get to. I hope I'm not wrong about
217 is
that.
pretty close to that.
Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, like it might not have a whole lot more to go, but I have drawn one trend line here, and that's about it. I'm looking at 214 to 220, and that I don't know what else to expect after that. Yes, you're right, C-Dub. That was the first crash ever for that type of Boeing plane, and that's been in service for what? Not that particular plane, but that particular model has been in service for 11 to 14 years now.
Yeah, that particular plane 13 is 11 years old. So it's right in that zone where it's not bleeding edge, new undiscovered problems from a new aircraft. And it's also not old enough where wear and tear would have really been a factor, which is also complicating this.
TMDE, another energy name that we looked at earlier. This is actually going above. It's a VWAP now. Looking for what I think it just hit 150. Yes, it did. High of the pre-market is 202.
And we're
really
above the VWAP now.
That particular plane had 4 emergency landings last month. Then I think that's more on India Air than anything else.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't know if I didn't repeat that because I don't know if that's the case, and I don't want it to come off as news. But if that is the case, I think that's going to exempt Boeing. Yeah, I think you're right.
So okay. With that in mind, and I know that we're not taking this as news or headlines or anything, but we're speculating. But if that's the case, we need to be looking at where we're for Boeing entries, I think, because if Boeing does get kind of off the hook on this, it could go right back over 200. And
remember, that was already showing a fairly impressive recovery. So if all of a sudden they're cleared of that, maybe it resumes it. That's a good point, 13. Here's NINE, which is a penny stock that Smoked Tuna is on. Looks like this is trying to break above 90 cents.
This also on the same. Okay, I have a level here, 120 for 9 for NINE. Not sure what I drew it from, but I put it there for a reason. So we'll see.
Yeah, so not that exact plane, but a identical 787.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, they did say yesterday they took off mid-runway. See, that's the other thing for me. If he took off at the wrong time and this is pilot error, the same thing applies to what we just talked about with Boeing in terms of the trade. I'll be honest with you. Given everything that took place overnight here, I thought I was going to take on water on some of my long swings here today and just kind of manage it. And I'm not. I'm doing good.
Well, you got RBNE.
I mean, knock on wood.
You got RBNE starting to come back, as is HUSA. I don't know that we're going to go to the highs that we just made. It doesn't look like the volume's that great, and it is past the 1030 marker for when volume starts to evaporate. But man, there's been some really good trades. Just don't force anything at this stage, folks. I think it serves you much better just to be thankful for what we got and enjoy your weekend. That's exactly what I'm going to be doing. I'm not trading anything else today.
Yeah, I'm probably not either. I mean, we'll see. If Voyager really starts to pop and go again, I'll sell some more of that and just raise some more cash before the weekend. But as far as new trades here, my thought last night was that I was going to be buying this dip coming into today. But with how far off the lows we were by the time the market opened, I'm not even sure I'm going to do that. UMAC, what happened, Izzy? Ooh, nasty reversal here on UMAC. That thing ran pretty good on the drone theme and then totally turned around. The other drone stocks are not behaving like this one.
$10 is a resistance level for UMAC.
It almost got there.
Yeah, I mean, just draw a line at $10. Look to the left. I think it's fairly obvious that this is an important psych level, $10. Getting asked if to buy the Boeing dip. Look, I don't. That's going to be speculative at that point. We don't know enough if Boeing's going to head lower or not based on this development with India Air. All I'm saying is that if Boeing does get off the hook with this and it is not their fault, then I think this is going to shoot right back up past 200 and trade a lot better. So I don't want to make any suggestions or anything like that about what to do. This could very well go back down to 188 before we see some support kick in. So I'd wait.
And the way I would trade something speculative like that would be defining my risk ahead of the trade using options. And if you can't figure out how to do that, or nothing looks good, then just pass on it. Wait till you have more info.
I don't want this to be the day where we try to force trades. Not on the heels of this news, not on the heels of this volatility. We could easily lose. We could easily win. I don't want to take that risk either way. I think it's just better to have a good Father's Day. Well, I don't see anything I'm particularly interested in. It looks like the SQQQ is starting to head even lower now.
Oil's coming back in a little bit. That's down from its highs. That was up over 8%, only up 5.6% now.
How's the SPY looking?
SPY here is trying to curl back up. It did stop at 600 once today, though.
Okay, so wow, we got some really good support from that 596.65 previous all-time high. That's exactly where it went down to. Exactly where it went down to. Love those previous all-time highs.
Izzy, I saw that you had tweeted me. Is that what this stock is? SNES? I couldn't go through. I don't know why you didn't just post it here.
Well, he did. He mentioned.
Oh, did I miss it?
I just saw it too. SNES, huge news. Any ideas if they get other states will be big?
Yeah, so this says the city of Baltimore concludes initial pilot program and now transitions to broader deployment of Evolve, non-lethal rodent birth control products. So I think I think what you want, don't you really want to hear that New York is adopting this?
I think that's kind of what he's getting at. Like, if they're going to be doing it here or there in what was it, Boston or Baltimore? If they're doing it in Baltimore, and it's a pilot program. Then if this is successful in Baltimore, then I would absolutely think that this goes into other areas that have rat problems, particularly New York. Yeah,
I would imagine that the bullish view from this PR is that it would expand to other cities. That to me seems like what's going on here. This is a story trading stock that I did not remember.
Okay, now here's the other thing. This is a short squeeze candidate. 15.3% of the float shorted, 14.6 days to cover. So I think this may get some good movement next week. It's had some pretty good movement so far this week. Broke out of looks like a 290 resistance area. But I think this will be one that I think is worth watching. I don't know about getting into it right now. It does look like it could go up to 350, but if it does before it cools off here, I think it's going to be too extended, and we should see a pullback at 350. That would be my how I see it right now. But very interesting, idea here for pest control. Kind of similar to how Florida was doing, releasing those genetically modified mosquitoes, the male ones, so they couldn't reproduce.
Life finds a way. I think we joked about that at the time.
We'll see. I mean, if female mosquitoes can evolve, but the thing is that and why I know a lot of people were worried about, genetically modified mosquitoes. These are the males. They don't bite people. They eat fruits. It's only the females that need the blood from animals to produce their eggs. So Florida had this pilot program. I need to go back and see how that ended up going, but could be interesting for the mosquito problem.
MP, by the way, after the pop yesterday, this is coming back in. How about USAR? Did that move with it? It did.
SNES is a rat killer. Perfect. Yeah, that's what we were reading. I'm only mentioning the genetically modified mosquitoes because that's something that Florida was trying for their pest control problem. Not rats, but still irritating pests.
They did that with pigeons in Barcelona, according to my producer. It worked really well. They fed them bird seeds that would stop them from laying eggs. Amanda says, this is too Jurassic Park for me. This is how we ended up with velociraptors.
Speedos? Flying Speedos. Well, I Oh, maybe parts of
That's-
Florida has flying
It's
mosquitoes,
terrifying.
but no. And remember, this is genetically modified male mosquitoes, not the ones that bite you. So it's not like you're gonna get bit and turn into a Cronenberg or something weird.
ONDS, more highs.
SNES, hold on to your butts.
That's such a good Samuel L. Jackson line. One of the best lines from that movie. Kevin, take care of yourself, my man. We appreciate all of you. AIRO is open. Thank you, Sideshow.
Oh, perfect.
So it priced at 10 and opened at 14. What is the open of this? I've got the open at 12.90. Did this re-halt? It looks like it. Yeah. So this opened. This was open for how long? This was 23 seconds. This was open for before it pushed up to the highs and got halted there. 14.19 your halt price. Voyager VOYG 52s. All right, 13. It looks like we're out of time here. We're going to be going to Anne Marie next. Let's go ahead and give a send off. How about some dad advice send off for Father's Day?
Oh man, what way to be put on the spot?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, no. I eat your whole steak. How about
Sounds
that?
like sound advice to me.
Eat your whole steak. If you can't finish it, then I'm sorry, you're gonna have to lose your man card. No, I'm just kidding. Eat your whole steak.
Whoa.
That's about it. I don't have any Father's Day advice except to not try to force trades today. Go into the Father's Day weekend. Enjoy yourself. We'll be back here on Monday. We can do all those fun trades again. So I'll see you then, folks. Take care. Enjoy your weekend. Have fun with Anne-Marie. Goodbye.
Thanks for everything, 13. Love the collared shirt. Eat your steaks and don't mess with Texas. I can get on board with that. Let's check in with Anne-Marie, see how she's doing today on a Friday fun day. Anne-Marie, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. Excited to get to spend some time with you and the crowd.
As always, as you can tell, we're having some fun today. Trying to.
I have been chuckling all day long listening to the feed. It's been hilarious.
Then we are doing something right. All right, let me go ahead and throw this up here. What do you got for us here today? It looks like you've actually already got a let's go. DFEN.
Yeah, let me make sure I've got this on blind settings.
Well, I can see it, so that's a really good sign.
All
We're
right.
good.
Yep,
Look at that.
They are. Fantastic. So, we've got all this noise around the Middle East right now. And so the first things people are going to run to are defense stocks. And so since we are very active traders in here, this triple leveraged, I said it was double leveraged, it's actually a triple leveraged ETF. Let's go take a peek at it, see the ways that we could trade it. On the flip side, the 4-hour charts in both the SPX and the NDX are showing the first leg of a downward zigzag pattern. That means it's looking for support. And so my suspicion is that not a lot of traders are going to want to go full port long into the weekend.
Yeah.
So the only thing that might give us a little trouble is the potential of contagion. But we've got 72 hours to sort of sort that through. And that's normally how long it takes for Middle East skirmishes. And I'm not trying to downplay anything, but there's so many of them that it usually is 72 days before the markets go, okay, that's just noise. Let me
72
just go
hours.
72 hours. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Now, let me ask you, does that count if it's over the weekend?
That's a good question. I think the data set just looks at 72 hours, irrespective of whether it's over the weekend or not.
The reason I ask that, Anne-Marie, is because with today's session counting towards that for sure, and then 2 weekend days,
Yeah, Monday we
the
get
buy
to know.
spot might be now.
Yeah, for sure.
Or at least in some names, yeah.
Yes, for certain. And I think hard commodities Energy, it's still by the dip. All of those things are certainly by the dip. All right. So if we take a look at DFEN, we can see that we've got a great big wave. I'm looking at the monthly chart, and the 50% ledge for that great big wave, we broke it up and over $38. The next ledge is the shorter wave from the interim high, the interim low to high, and that puts us up at $48. And the next one is the big fat round number at 200. Now you can see that back in early 2020, this really had a ton of volume. The volume is really thin right now. And so the movement is going to actually very likely pick up volume. So what's the trade? I think that 48 is a topping formation. So we're going to look for a buy the dip event that will either come in to $40 or maybe even a little bit more. So the question is, how can I trade that? The beauty of this one is that it's got a ton of implied volatility. And so a few ways you can trade this. You can say, I just want to go long energy, I just going to go long this defense event. If it pulls back to 40, I'm going to have myself an 8% fade. And so how can I challenge that while it's moving potentially to the upside? And so my thought is we go to, I meant to have August up here. That's why I moved it back to October. Okay, so July, there is a move in October that allows us, if we sell it at the money, we're able to look at how many calls today and 82 puts.
2 put, yeah.
Right? So we can get it at the mark, and that is 40, 60, 390. We could try it at 390. My system is, there we go. All right. And what that does is really trim down the overhead. If it pulls back into that 40, you're going to be about $1 underwater. If it moves up into 50, you'll collect your 390 and you'll have $5 of motion to make it 8. And so that's going to be 20% upside into October. And you can do a lot of other things. If you say, well, maybe I don't want to do that, you could also sell the 40 strikes, right? All together, it's going to use $1,400 of margin. So it's a very cheap entry for something that could really be moving and give us a lot of volatility in the near term. But it's because it's a 3x, it's going to have those ranges to move forward on. I like it. Full disclosure, I have been in this one for a little bit, simply because, not to get all wonky here, but if we're in a solar minimum, in environments of grand solar minimums, look it up on the internet if you don't know what it is, we tend to see rises in defense, commodities, and hard assets. So I just started picking these up maybe 6 months ago. We started that solar minimum about, if you like real energy things and you want to watch gigantic 300, 400, 500-year patterns, check out grand solar minimum and grand solar maximums. You will learn a ton in terms of that kind of information. All right, next one I want to talk about is Oracle.
Perfect.
Oracle's been running off the rails.
We were
Right.
actually talking about that a lot here this morning too.
Yes.
It looks like it continues to push after a really good earnings report. I guess the question is, where's the top?
Yeah, so let's measure a little bit and then think about. I want to bring you some information about some stats in Oracle. And let me go back to one of my little tabs here. Oracle is actually sitting in a space that shows that there is an average gain around this time of year for this chart, and it normally climbs like this into July, moves down, and this, of course, these are averages, moves down from July to August, and then spikes again in late August, pulls back in September, and then sits sideways until, November. So I found this to be pretty interesting. And so it's on a run. It's let's do a measure. All right.
Okay, Emery, one sec before we
Yes.
do that. It looks like your camera's frozen here. The screen share is still working, so I'm seeing you update everything. Let me try something here real quick. And we're back. And the camera's back. We're good. Everything's fine.
All right. Okay, awesome. Okay, didn't mean to wag my tongue like that. I just wanted something to move without the rest of me going everywhere. So sorry about that.
It's okay. Actually, it looks like it froze again, but that's okay.
Yeah.
The screen share is still working here.
All right. So what we're looking at in Oracle is something that it around this time it really moves about 3 to 4% and then moves into another ledge. But let's take a peek at what's happening right here. It is getting to a space where it needs to take a breath, but let's take a look at the wave formation and see where the volume is sitting, right? So this high candlestick, right, 191. Also, we look to the left, heavy congestion. And then the candlestick below that is sitting right here. And wouldn't you know, that's where we opened up the week. So that's the low edge of this range. For the high edge of the range, let's do a wave and let's measure this last swing high to swing low. And we can see 130, the 138 fib extension, the 150 fib extension, the 161 extension. Those are all areas that we can look at. So let's think about this. It's a little bit more expensive, but the probabilities sitting here are very good. So it is the July 210, 220, 230 for $1.66, $1.70. It is the probabilities of it holding this range are 70% over a 10-year period. Yeah. So I like this trade a lot. Are you gone? Am I by
No, I'm here.
myself?
No,
Okay.
I'm here. I'm still here.
Yeah. And so I'm going to take a snapshot of this because I
Perfect.
do like it. All right. So there's that. If you're thinking to yourself, well, what else can I do that might be a little bit cheaper? You could buy the 220 and sell the 230. Well, that's not cheaper, is it?
No.
You could sell the 240 and then, make something like you could sell $1 and then move it up into the 220s for the measured move. So this one, I don't know if people think that what they've got in the cooker might be doing well, but I certainly like this. It's very cheap for $1,000 of potential upside motion, $1.69. It's following in the middle of a 10-year pattern that normally runs into the end of July. It just looks really nice.
Okay. That's also really nice because 220, I believe, was the spot that 13 had when he was trying to figure out where the top could possibly be. And then I also drew a trend-based fib extension that I believe gave me 217. Let me check on that real quick. Yeah, I think that gave me 217 on that. So really, really close. I like those.
All
Good
right.
stuff there.
Excellent. All right. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go.
I was going to say, do you have any energy stocks for us today with us seeing that that's kind of moving around given the event that's going on?
So, there's so much. Let's go to Market Watch first and then see what energy's doing. I like CVX and I like EOG. So both of these guys are up. Listen, Occidental is great. It just hasn't been moving very hard. Halliburton, also pretty good. Let's take a gander. Hess is great, but they're sort of mid-scale. Devon. Let's look at EOG. Let's see how much it's moved. Man, copper is just exploding higher after the fade this morning. It's very, very interesting what's going on there. All right, so we're taking a look at a 10-year chart in EOG, and we can see that in the last, 4 years, it's been sitting in a box, literally. So, this could be something that's poised to move on a pullback. So, how can we trade this? Let's take a look at where the biggest volume event is of near term. It's all the way down there. And then over here, still in the middle, over here, down the bottom. Okay, so very good to know. So where we are is bound in this box. This weekly candlestick was negative. We sat below it for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of 10 weeks. And this is the 11th week, and it's moving. My suspicion is this thing is going to run to the upside. So the question is where? So I have this handy dandy little tool here that I am testing out to see if it gives me any data. I don't have anything on it quite yet. And so let's take a look at the swing high to swing low. 150% puts it at about the 150 marker. Now, what we know about stocks that get up over 100, they work at getting to 125. Once they get to 125, they start working at 150. So let's think to ourselves, energy is going to be important. Let's figure out how much time we need to participate in an upside move to 150, right? And so implied vol only shows a $13 edge right here. So that makes 137 or so. So literally we take the 135 in August, 145, whoa, big spread, 155, and let's put it in the queue for $1.10 and see if it goes, right?
And this is another one where we really have to kind of pare back how many you're trying to do because it looks like some of those.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
The
Okay.
volume's very thin here.
Right.
If you wanted to try it in July because you think it's got a big spike on it, there's a little bit more volume there. I would go, it's also a lot more expensive. So I would go, yeah, that's
20, 30,
expensive.
40? No.
Yeah, if we did the 20, 30, 40, how about we do this? If we do a 20 and then a 30, oh, come along. I know I pressed 30. My system, there we go. And a 40, it's going to be about 343. You know, my thought would be just pick up the 130s outright. Pick up the 130s outright.
Okay.
And if you have the ability to do margin, sell the 115s. Right? If you sell the 115 put, you get almost half of that back. This is a good one to own. It's got a great looking chart. And that chart looks like it's been building a base for 3 years.
Yeah,
And
sure has.
so that tells us that we've got some heat to the upside there. Okay.
Okay. I had a question here. I had a
Yes.
question here from,
Sure.
and this might have been on one that we talked about recently. Can we get AM's thoughts on PayPal after the hit the stock just took?
Oh, absolutely.
So we got, and yeah, and this news here is the stablecoin news that we got.
Okay.
I believe.
So this is not a bad pullback. As a matter of fact, it's very healthy because look at what it's doing. It's building a range of inventory accumulation. How do I know that? Because 3 weeks in a row, when it came to 69, it's been bought. In my mind, I still like PayPal. I think there's a lot of stuff going on with PayPal right now.
Mhm.
And so this fade actually presents a potential buying opportunity. You just have to manage your risk. So the question might be, well, what kind of risk do I need to manage? You need to look at old support that matches old resistance and say to yourself, all right, I do not need to lose 67 at this juncture. So what are we going to do? Right? If we're staring this one down, right? I think last time we talked, we might have done something with
I think
PayPal.
so too. I feel like this is something that we discussed on Tuesday.
Yeah. And so now we're still looking in a space where nothing has invalidated our trade parameters. Absolutely nothing. Momentum still climbing up. Trend still trying to break trend from the downside. And so in my mind, it's another place to go, you know what? If we could come in Monday, and we've got ourselves a pullback into this zone, speaking personally, I would just add a butterfly. So notice also there's buying on these dips. There's buying here on these dips, and it's not trivial size. So I don't think anything's broken here, especially since the conversation was about August and
Mhm.
letting the chart have room to run into those time frames.
The other thing that you really got going for this right now, that 500-day moving average that I sometimes talk about, that's at
Yes.
68 exactly. It's actually at 67.99. So
Oh,
pretty much
that's
68.
perfect.
Yeah, and then right beneath that at 67.84 is the 50-day moving average.
Yeah. There's a ton of opportunity sitting in this chart right now. It's just about, here's the big thing that I want to remind traders. We are in an environment where buying the breakout is going to expose you to the most risk.
Yeah. No question.
You just have to say that to yourself and go, you know what? I'm just going to sit on my hands. It's going to come back. It is. What if it doesn't? Well, then set up for the next time that it's broken out of a formation and buy that edge as it comes back to retest it. Listen,
Yeah.
this chart, it moves sideways, compresses, and then fails, compresses, and then spikes, and it does it time after time after time. It's got these 3 to 5 week space. Sometimes it's 7, 8 weeks. They have these 3 to 5 week areas where they go, as soon as it breaks, the first pullback into that range, I'm headed to the north. And I think
Yeah.
it's building something that looks just like this.
Okay, that's a really good breakdown. Thinking about it, let me know if that answers your question there. I'm pretty sure it does. That's good stuff there. Okay, Anne-Marie, do you have any other stocks you want to take a look at?
I want to look at a short.
Okay. Short
All
on
right.
Disney. Okay, this is something that we've talked about a lot.
Right. So here's Disney. 2 very bearish weekly candlesticks, a bullish weekly candlestick, and then another bullish weekly candlestick. And now, all of a sudden, like, we're at resistance. So, how do we want to trade this? Let's take a peek at what the chart's done on a monthly formation. And what we've noticed is that this chart, over the last several years, literally, it's been sitting in this box. Absolutely sitting in this box. So what we know, very likely, is that we are at the top of the box, we'll head to the bottom of the box, right? And so the bottom of the box we will maybe call 90. The top of the box will maybe call 125. Okay. And so the length of time that we might want to hold this one for, let's see, July, late July. Yeah, we only need to hold this in a short measure. So let's go to July. Spinning wheel.
You know,
The
we really
Sandy
haven't
come up-
waited on that wheel a whole lot today. So
No, we haven't. This is the first one. This is the first one. I love that you said that you had a life and you weren't going to trade your charts 24/7.
I mean, Anne-Marie, look, sometimes I feel like at the end of the day, I've just been looking at a screen too much, and it's like I need some sunlight or something. I can't imagine
Exactly.
spending all night staring at this screen and these colored lines and numbers. I mean, I would go crazy.
Yeah.
And yeah, I got
100%.
friends.
There you go.
I got friends and family.
So this is a really simple one. Because we expect it to come down to the middle of the range, I'd go flat out the 110 puts. Just flat out. If
Okay.
you're feeling a little bold, you could do the 110 to 100 back ratio.
So
Right?
let me ask,
Yeah.
why would you not just go the puts themselves in this case? Why would you
You can.
choose to do?
Yeah, you can. If you were trying to leverage up,
Okay.
let's say your thought is, I am going to try to put myself in a space. I don't think it's going to break 100, but I do think it's going to come into 110. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, how can I lever up? Let's say that my spend, let's say I only want to spend, $1,000, right? I have margin over there, but let's say I'm going to spend $1,000 on this, so I'm going to buy 10 of these or whatever, right? There's a lot of volume sitting there, 11,000 to 500. And so my thought would be, okay, I can buy twice as many back ratios if I have the margin to do such a thing as I could just buying the flat out put.
Okay. So
So
this
it's
basically
just a
comes down
leverage.
to how much risk you want to accept.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. That's it. So buying that put outright looks really good to me. If you want to do just a spread, the 110, 100 spread, you also can do that, and it would be cheaper as well. So you have yourself, maybe 70 cents. There you go. And $66 for a potential $1,000 upside. So,
Okay.
I mean, sweet spots. It's just technically in a space where it has a tendency to drift back into the middle of the box. And so we're trying to capitalize on that.
Okay. All right, that makes a lot of sense. Anne-Marie, I think we got about 40 seconds left, but I think we'll punt that over to Paulo, who's coming up next. What do you think? That all right?
Awesome.
All right, Anne-Marie, I know we've got a frozen camera here. Yep, no, it unfroze. There we go. We're good. This is a restream error or something, Anne-Marie. Anyway, thank you very much for all of your insight here today. Thank you for all your support. And then next week, so we're only Tuesday next week.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
One of the kids is getting married, so we're traveling.
Congratulations. That's awesome. So what we'll do, folks, if you're looking for some option trades, be sure to tune in on Tuesday. We'll make sure we get as much of those done as we can. Anne-Marie, thanks again. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Have a great weekend and a great Father's Day.
You too.
All right. That is Anne-Marie, folks. That leaves room for Paulo. Let's go ahead and bring him on, see how he's doing. Paulo, how are you? Happy Friday, boss.
Hello, Ryan. How are you? How is it going?
I'm doing really good.
Nice.
What do you got coming up for us?
We got some interesting stock setups for trading on the 4 hours and as well as some macro analysis on the weekly charts.
All right. That sounds perfect. Take it away.
Right.
Trading Made Simple with Paulo starts right now.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fits-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. This is Coach Paulo from Trading Made Simple, and we are going to go through the charts to see some potential weekly timeframes for some important stock setups, as well as some minor trading patterns under the 4 hours chart. So our first setup is going to be AMD on the weekly chart, and let's dig into it. Okay, so AMD is looking like one of my favorite buy setups here on the market, as we are initially breaking above its descending pattern here, and we are also breaking above the 200 moving average here on the weekly time frame. So let's 1 second zoom out and let's see some context here for the chart. So this is a very powerful pattern actually for AMD, and the reason it is so powerful is because all the time it does have behind it being valid. So AMD, first some context, right? It had a 5-wave completed Elliott wave count into a 5-point correction. Then once again, we had another 5-wave completed Elliott wave count once again into a 5-point correction. And that brought us here to the price of 78, around 80 it was, on Monday, April 7, when we had that Liberation Day drop. We had on the markets almost reach minus 20% on the S&P 500. I think it actually did on the pre-market. And that brought us to our historically support trend line for AMD, which has never been broken before. Of course, that doesn't mean it cannot break. Charts morph, charts can get updated, they can also get invalidated. But in this case, this was signaling here a good risk to reward ratio for AMD, and the stock was able to have a powerful bounce. So now let's zoom in here and let's see what's going on. So we have this triangular pennant pattern, we can call it, and the stock was actually able to break this downtrend that started more than 1 year ago on March 24, on the week of March 4, 2024. So the stock was able to break this resistance, indicating the first buy signal for the stock. Second is we are actually breaking above the 200 moving average on the weekly, which would be another buy signal. And now, if we zoom in, we can see that the stock is actually retesting the breakout level. So the breakout would be located at 114. I might even try to give it a bit of space here to 110, which would be the support on this flag it did before the breakout. All right. So while the stock remains above 110, 114, this is a bullish breakout for AMD on the weekly time frame, and it should be traded accordingly. A potential break above our previous highs here located at 122, 123, 124. Let's round it up to 124. A potential break above 124 would be signaling an upcoming bull market for the stock according to the charts. And we would be breaking above this previous high. We would be printing a higher high, which would confirm this to be the successful retest of resistance, now a support, the retest of the breakout. And I would be looking for the stock to potentially start a brand new 5-wave Elliott wave count. Yes. So let's see. Of course, this is just a projection, but keeping in mind how was the previous 2 bull markets for the stock, if we would be to drag one, let's say we want to drag the one from 2023. If the stock already started here a bull market, it could look something like this, potentially. And let's see, the exercise I wanted to do is, if we try to connect our previous cycle highs, where would that take us? Second. I will be using the candlesticks buddies. There it is. If we would try to connect the previous peaks highs using, in this case, the candlesticks buddies, which is as valid as using the candlesticks weeks, which one to choose? What you can do is you cannot cut through candlesticks buddies when doing trend line strategies, when drawing trend lines, but you can use either the candlestick buddies or the candlesticks weeks. And in this case, what we notice for a coincidence, even though there's no coincidences in the market, is that a potential bull market for AMD drawing the same level, the same price movement we saw in 2023 into 2024 would bring us a price target for the stock of potentially 250. That would be a 2x here from the stock, and that final target would be right on what would be a potential ascending resistance trend line for the stock. So this would kind of look like kind of ascending megaphone pattern. It's not a wedge because direction it's expanding here. We could call it kind of an ascending megaphone pattern, and this would be a potential price target for the stock 250. So I do think that this setup might actually develop. Of course, not necessarily this same movement. We could have something different, right? But I would be looking for a potential bull market for the stock if we are actually able to break that 124. So all eyes on 124 for AMD. Our next stock is going to be QCOM, which has a similar chart. And let's see it here. If anyone would like to request any chart, any ticker you would like to see, just type it on the comment sections. I can view it here. Just type the ticker. And of course, we can run analysis to any stock the viewers would be requesting. So for QCOM here, we have a similar chart. This is an ascending channel pattern, right? And we have a 5-wave Elliott wave count into a 5-point correction. Then we had again a 5-wave Elliott wave count, this time into a 3-point correction, and we are having a bullish breakout for the stock. Additionally, we're kind of bouncing from the 200 moving average, even though we initially broke below that level, similar to the bear market on 2022. We are having a breakout here for the stock. So confirmation level, I would say, would be in this case a range, with our breakout located at 150 and our previous highs located at 155. If we are actually able to hold this week's candlestick like this, and we are able even to close above 155, then I would be looking for a retest of 175, 180 for QCOM, or even also a brand new bull market for the stock. The stock is looking very bullish with this powerful breakout after actually hitting support on our super macro time frame with the RSI on oversold on the weekly. So kind of looks like a bottom could be in for QCOM potential break here above 165, 155, I'm sorry, a potential break above 155 would be a great buy setup for the stock. The next stock I would like to see here would be Broadcom. So Broadcom was able to bounce from its support trend line. We actually broke above resistance. I was initially, to be honest, expecting maybe a potential pullback here, but the stock was just too powerful. We broke above after earnings. And so far, we are successful. Well, not successfully, because this is not a higher high, but we are retesting our previous breakout at 240. The stock is bouncing from here. Previous all-time highs would be at 252. So Broadcom bulls would need to close the weekly candlestick above this level for potential bullish continuation. What I do not like about the Broadcom chart is the bearish divergence we have. We can see how this peak here, which was a higher low on price action compared to, a lower high, on price action compared to this higher high, does actually have here a lower high on the RSI. So we can see this peak against this peak. Here we had a higher high in price action against a lower high. So what the RSI for Broadcom is telling me is that we don't have that much strength here. The RSI on the weekly time frame is giving us a bearish divergence. So that would be a bit risk off. Still, price action would be more important. So a potential break and closure above 250 would be a bullish continuation signal here for Broadcom. Our next stock is going to be Marvell Technologies. And that one, I have it right here. So for Marvell, we also see a very strong setup. We bounce from the historical trend line, which goes all the way back to 2020, here to the COVID crash here on March 2020. Then we had a 5-point correction into, again, a 5-point Elliott wave count, and then we had a crash here. For this one, this looks more like a crash for the stock rather than a potential 3-point or 5-point correction, even though it could be maybe a bit forced. There could be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would actually include it. It would be the 5-point correction would be here. Typically, Elliott waves 5-point completed counts usually correct on 3 movements or 5 movements. There are more corrective patterns as well, but I would say, under my experience, those are the most common. So what else do we have? We have the 200 moving average. The 200 moving average has been a very reliable buy signal for the stock since 2019. We can see once the stock broke above it, it had a retest from it as support. We went higher, again, another retest. Here, I would view this as a valid retest, even though we initially broke below it. We consolidated around the 200 moving average, and yet again, a bull market for the stock, and we're doing the same. So the stock was able to bounce from support located at 50. And that kind of seems like the bottom for the stock as well, keeping in mind all these volume indicating this was a capitulation move. Now we are located at resistance, macro resistance, which was our previous high, located at 71, 72. A potential break above 72 would be signaling a bullish breakout on the macro time frame for Marvell Technologies, and then I would be looking for continuation of what seems the start of a potential bull market for the stock. Potential rejection here from 70 could take us back to 50, and that would be a great buy setup. And another stock I personally like, I'm an investor on this one, is CRISPR here, CRISPR Therapeutics. So for this one, I view it as a week of accumulation, stage 1 accumulation here. The stock had a lot of momentum here on the pandemic, and then, of course, we corrected. The 5-point correction would be here as well, even though I don't have it charted. And then we have this descending wedge pattern. So this descending wedge pattern is about to reach its end. As we can see, the pattern is getting tighter and tighter. we have the support trend line, which we have been respecting it since 2022, already 3 years respecting the support trend line. And now, even though we had an initial break on this day after earnings, the bulls actually appeared and we were able to bounce. So now we do have a resistance located at 45. A potential break above 45 would take us to retest the 200 moving average at 58. And the 200 moving average has been working as resistance for the stock. So I would not yet be calling a brand new bull market for the stock while we remain below the 200 moving average, which of course rejected here on July 2022, as well as February 2024. But a potential break above 45 for CRISPR could take us here to 60 on the 200 moving average. And breaking above the 200 moving average, then I would be looking for very strong bullish momentum for the stock. We might be discussing a potential bull rally, bull market for the stock. Absolutely. And now we're going to go into, those would be some more long-term analyses under the weekly time frame, right, for some macro setups. And now let's go into the 4-hour charts and let's see some trading setups maybe for the next week. Let me see. All right, so on the 4 hours, I would like to start here with SPY. So SPY was trading after it found its bottom here on April. On that Monday, we had that crash after Liberation Day. And we started drawing here this ascending channel pattern, rising wedge. We can also view it like that. And we actually broke below. We did broke below that rising wedge pattern on the increasing tensions in the Middle East between the conflicts between Iran and Israel. So SPY actually broke here. We broke below the wedge. And what's a bit concerning, despite we're seeing a bounce right now, is that we actually failed the retest of the wedge here as resistance, and we confirm increasing downside momentum on what is a lower low, despite we're actually bouncing. Again, what I don't like a bit on the SPY chart is that we do have also a bearish divergence. We can see this peaks here against this higher highs. It's a bearish divergence. And also the lows are showing us a bearish divergence. So bearish or bullish divergences don't only work on the peaks, they can also be seen here on the lows. And we can see how this low here at 590 brought us the RSI to 50. But then this bounce here at 594, which was a higher high on price action, actually brought us a lower low on the RSI. So how does the RSI works? What the RSI does is it measures the candlestick's move on percentage, right? So what the RSI is doing, it is measuring those movements. So let's say one day on SPY, on the 4 hour or maybe the daily, we have a plus 5% day. Then the next one, we have a plus 4. Then the next one, we have a plus 3, a plus 2, and then we have a plus 1. In price action, all of those are going to be higher highs, but not on the RSI. The RSI is going to start curling lower because the daily gains are starting to decrease. And there is where the divergences actually develop. And that also works downwards. So let's say one day the RSI, the stock drops 1%. Then the next day we drop 2%. And then the following we drop 3%. Then despite that, we can actually start printing lower lows here on RSI because the selling pressure, the downside selling pressure is starting to increase. So what the RSI is telling us here, starting to do this lower lows, is that downside pressure is there. Downside pressure is valid on what seems the wedge breakdown. So this resistance trend line, I think I would be deleting it. And now I would be drawing on this updated one, this potential downtrend that might be starting. So my bias here for next week would be we could see maybe a potential pullback while we remain below this range. We should not be breaking above yesterday's highs at 603, and we could maybe see a potential pullback to 589. What happens there would have to be a question if we actually reach that zone. If we are able to break above yesterday's high, I would say this potential downtrend here would get invalidated. Now let's go and let's see the Qs here, QQQ. And for QQQ, we have the same scenario. We broke down on the wedge pattern. We had a rising wedge pattern here on the 4-hour, very powerful chart. And we also started noticing the bearish divergence on the RSI. All these higher highs against lower highs here on the RSI, indicating that as the index was getting closer to its range, we were actually seeing here more chances of a breakdown than a breakout. And of course, the breakdown happened. So as well for the Qs, I would be setting this potential starting resistance trend line. So confirmation for the Qs would be located at 534. I would say while we remain below this range, I wouldn't be surprised to see a potential retest of 519 for QQQ. We still have 10 more minutes, and I would like to show some more setups on the 4 hours. If anyone would like to request a ticker, just type it on the comment section and we could check it as well. One I like for a potential short would be Amazon. And Amazon would be a short kind of right here. So we have the rising wedge pattern as well. Looks like it's all rising wedges in the market lately. We have here this rising wedge pattern, and we broke. Yet again, we broke on a bearish divergence on the RSI. We can see here this peak for Amazon at 214 against this higher high at 219. And this one, yet again, had the bearish breakdown of the bearish divergence. So the bearish divergence was indicating that the stock was closer to a breakdown than a breakout. Now we're actually retesting its wedge pattern here as resistance. Its wedge pattern support now working as resistance, right? Somewhere around 214. So let me update this as I had those levels on the pre-market analysis. And I would say Amazon is looking like a good short here into next week. If we potentially see a rejection, I would be looking at a retest of 205. I see we have a request for Walmart, and we are going to go with that one next, following Amazon, of course. So a potential retest here of 214, which is what we're doing right now. A potential rejection here would be a great short setup. I'm personally shorting Amazon into next week. I think my strike price is somewhere around 205, 207. And I would say the trade setup remains very valid while we remain below 212, 214 range. This one looks like a good short setup. For Walmart, requested here on the comment section. Let's start on the weekly time frame. Now let me find it. Here I have it. Let's see, what was my last chart? It's still valid, our chart. So for Walmart here, I don't have much information, but let's see what we can find. Let me see. There's a bearish divergence. Okay, first, the stock is still trading above its support trend line, which was validated on the Liberation Day. Tesla upcoming. Yes, I think we can do Tesla and maybe one more ticker. So we got slot for one more request. So for Walmart, to be honest, I don't have much levels here. But what we see is the bearish divergence, and that doesn't look that good. We can see here this previous peak was a lower high here on the RSI against this. So that would be telling me the stock from the macro perspective on the weekly, it's starting to lose momentum. One could argue maybe a head and shoulders reversal on left shoulder, head, right shoulder, but the neckline is not clear, so I wouldn't try to view it like that. I do think it would be wise to start drawing here a resistance trend line, and Taiwan Semiconductor would be the final one. Yes, I would start drawing this. Okay, so I would say that while we remain below 98, 99, scenario remains risk off. I wouldn't say bearish because we haven't lost any macro support, but I wouldn't be calling it bullish. I would be calling it bullish if we break above 99. A potential break above that level would be a bullish breakout for the stock. Then I would be looking at previous all-time highs or even higher. While we remain below 98, I wouldn't be surprised to retest 85, to be honest. Let me see if on the 4 hours we can notice anything. There's Walmart. Do I have anything on the 4 hours? 4 hours is trying to look like a double top. And you know it might actually be. Still, the RSI is already oversold. That's something. Looks like we lost a support trend line as well for Walmart. No. Risk off. Absolutely. See, this was our support trend line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 perfect validations. Absolutely, that's a support trend line. We broke below it. This stock is risk off. Looks like we're going here on the double top. Yes, technically the double top might be here, but I think that I would be using this as the double top. So I would say the stock remains now updated on the 4 hours. It remains bearish, below 95. Potential double top. Next zone I would be looking on the 4 hours, I would be looking at 91. On the macro time frame, we could even reach 84, 85. So it looks like we're going somewhere around here. While we remain above 90, below 98 on the macro, 95 on the 4 hours. If we break above that resistance range, no, then we would be invalidating the bearish setup. Now let's go here with Tesla. With Tesla, I have it on the 4 hours. My weekly chart for Tesla, it's a bit hard to read, but on the 4 hours, we do have nice developments here. All right. So if we are thinking, wow, this guy, he speaks a lot about the bearish divergence. Is that reliable? Let's see. Tesla, it was a rising wedge pattern, right? And then we notice the bearish divergence. See, here also a head and shoulder. Here on this pier, check where was RSI. And then we actually had a higher high. And RSI was indicating here the bearish divergence, indicating this momentum was losing. So this was indicating the breakdown. Of course, we had the breakdown and we had the head and shoulders. So the head and shoulders is no longer valid, even though we are rejecting from its neckline retest. And it's no longer valid because we already went the expected move. We already did twice as the expected move. So if we continue dropping, it's not going to be because Tesla is still a head and shoulders reversal. I would say because now we are rejecting from our newly resistance trend line, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 validations, and Tesla would remain bearish below 325. I would say while we remain below, well, let me update this. 325 to our previous highs of 335, it will be a 10-point range. While we remain below this range, I do think Tesla stock would be risk off at least. There could be some support on the 4 hours starting to form here, and that could bring us to 305. Still, I wouldn't say it's the most powerful support. So I would base my bias for Tesla into the next week, whether we are still below this resistance trend line or if we have been able to break above it. If we break above it, then the stock would be a buy. Again, that's how price action works. While we remain below this resistance here, I would say it remains bearish. And now Taiwan Semiconductor as our final stock here. Let me see what is my last update here on the weekly. This one got outdated. And what is it that we have here? This one is a bit tricky, okay? It does look like a completed 5-wave count. Now the question is if this is a brand new bull market for the stock. We already went to the RSI on the weekly, or if this could turn into a higher low for the stock. There's no bearish divergence here. Well, the bearish divergence, of course, was here, right? So yet again, the bearish divergence on the weekly was worked out accurately, but not here because this is still a lower high here. This is still a lower high, and so is the RSI. I don't think that we could see maybe a potential head and shoulders here. I think this is all about horizontal resistance, previous all-time highs. Yes, I think this would be it. Previous all-time highs is located at 222. Potentially breaking above this level would be a bullish signal. Then I would be looking for continuation of this bullish momentum to potentially retest our previous macro resistance. That would be located at 250. That could be a 30-point rally for the stock. Just as a projection, let me do this experiment. Let's say the stock already bottomed, which I do think it did. If we repeat the same, no, because here we had an accumulation. Here we had an accumulation pattern for the stock. Now we didn't. Now we actually bottom on a capitulation move. So I would say it's all about 222 for the stock. Breaking above that level could take us to 230. And finally, let's check it on the 4 hours. Taiwan Semiconductor, where are you? I do have to clean my watch list. Previous analysis is already outdated. Now it's easier. All right, what we see here on the 4 hours is that we are still respecting a support trend line. And this is it, yes. It's here. All right, nice. This is a clean support trend line. We got 1, 2, 3 strong, valid and strong validations from its support trend line. So I would say while we remain, as simple as it gets, while we remain on the 4 hours, trading above the support trend line, the stock is still here on a recovery rally, right? Resistance would be here, as we mentioned, previous all-time highs. And what I do like is that there is no bearish divergence. There's absolutely no bearish divergence for the stock. We can see how higher highs, it's a higher high on the RSI. So we're not yet losing momentum. I would say price target for Taiwan Semiconductor would be located at 227 only if we are able to hold the support trend line, which would have support somewhere around 207. So while we remain above 207, I would be looking here at 227. We could still have more upside momentum here for the stock. So as we have run out of time, that will be all for today. I would like to thank you everyone at Benzinga team. Also thank all the members. And I'm Coach Paulo. I do live trading sessions every day at Trading Made Simple. You can learn more about us, find more about our services at our webpage, tradingmadesimple.org. We do a lot of automations based on price action, based on real market data, right? Automation trades, and we also do some manual trades on live trading sessions every day, 1 hour from Monday to Friday. So if you would like to learn more about us, visit our website, tradingmadesimple.org. So that will be everything for today. I would like to thank you everyone and wish you all a great weekend. Let's see what the market has prepared for us on the upcoming weeks. Thank you everyone.